I did, thank you.
Everybody set? I'll take that as a yes. Good morning. Today is April 10th, 2024. The time is now 9 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners, and I will call this meeting to order. If you do have cell phones, if you could silence them at this time, I would greatly appreciate that. And if you could join us for the pledge and for the invocation, please. Yep.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let us pray. Oh God, as we convene this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, we ask that you grant us in all our doubts and uncertainties the grace to ask what you would have us to do. That the spirit of wisdom may save us from all false choices, and that in your light we may see light, and in your path we may not stumble, as we do the business of the county for our citizens today, through Jesus Christ our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Kelly, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day,
Present.
Commissioner Kanda,
Here.
Commissioner Epp,
Present.
County Attorney Dan Slater.
Here.
And Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
Okay, and audience introductions. Virginia, let's start with you and then we'll go.
Virginia Trujillo Treasurer. Rich Mixer.
Brad Balsley, coroner.
Nikita Phillips, Deputy Coroner.
Mike Chester.
James Gilbert.
Clyde Butler, Airport Manager.
Claudia Morris, presenter for VSO.
Jim Chaplin.
And
And.
we got Jimmy McMahon coming in the door, so he can be.
We just introduced yourself, Jim.
Morning.
And we've got probably 7 or 8 online. So if anyone goes to speak later, if they could identify themselves for the record, I would greatly appreciate it. Any amendments to the agenda?
None from me.
Yes, sir. Commissioner items, Commissioner Kanda.
Couple good ones. KKTV is operational right now on Bunker Hill. They were up there Friday and Monday and Tuesday. They ran into a couple problems. Though can't get channel 13 going because when they did the installation, they found that one of the cables was on the wrong frequency for that particular frequency. So it's a bad cable. In addition, the transmitter cable from the antenna was both of them were fractured enough. They got a lot of reflections in it. So they are going to get us the cables replaced and probably an antenna that they're going to need. But other than that, it was successful. The transmitters are great. They're installed. And so I do have the invoice. It's the final invoice. You know, they got to fix that. They'll give us a bid on the new cables and the antenna, what would be outstanding. But I've got the invoice and I'll give it to Jen. We can put that for the mid-month meeting.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Other good news. I got a email this morning from Sam Diswood, who's the operations manager for the Navajo Ranch, Wolf Springs down. And they found a lease. You're not going to believe it. It was a lease signed in 1994 with Tom Redmond. Actually, it was a lease Tom Redmond signed. And he had a 50-year 2044 lease on it. And that's all they have as a record, and with no signatures of any commissioners on it. So, like I said, that's the only record they ever had. So they know that it transferred with the ranch. So they do, then they'll write up a deal. I'll talk with them and we'll figure out what kind of agreement we'll sign because they want to give it back to us still. Okay. And that's all the good news. Oh, and then we had a great airport board meeting, I thought. When we had met with them, I was glad to have us go through their actual business meeting, which was very useful to see, as well as the the tour we got afterwards to take a look at the vision of where things are happening, so it's easier to visualize when they're talking about it. Thought that went really well. And then, of course, the assemblies occurred this last weekend, and I thought that was great. We had great. Our delegates there were all in mass. There's a lot of counties that came with, they had to dig deep into their alternate pool, because I can't believe it. The guy that signed up to be a delegate, a lot of them never showed up. But it was well attended. There was some 4,000 people there roughly. So I thought that was a great time, and it was great to participate in democracy, the republic style, the republic that we have in the US. So it was a great time. That's all I got for now. Except donuts are here, guys.
Going once.
Yeah.
Commissioner,
So next weekend, Opinions planning on coming in, fixing the sewer pipes for the upstairs bathrooms and the
Good.
county offices up there, so we'll get that coming here. And then he started to get some bids on some stuff, so we're still waiting on one more for Vermont Tower, so at least we have two, so that's pretty much it for maintenance things that are big. And then we need to go out for an RFP on the roof, or roofs, I should say, so.
Cost more than 20,000.
Yeah, so we'll need to advertise that, so I'll get an advertisement in the paper and we'll go out and put it on the website, so.
okay. That does it.
That does it.
Okay, couple things, going through my emails, I'd almost forgotten about this, but, when we do go to CCI, and I believe you're staying back, but.
Yeah.
This is the one that we take a county basket to. So we need to look at putting something together there. We'll put it in there, and then they draw different county baskets to get to other counties and things that kind of highlight your county. And in the years past, we've had tourism put that together for us. Would you guys like to do that again this year?
Yeah, we need to do that. We didn't do it last year. Missed it.
No, we had it.
No, we had it last year, 1 year.
So.
That's right.
All right, you want me to talk to?
Yeah, if you
That
don't
and
mind.
yeah, and we'll have to give it,
And it's supposed to run, per statute under $75. Because they're gift baskets, so they're, whatever commissioner they draw, that's a gift to them, and so. If it's over $75, they have to report that,
Okay,
so.
all right, I will. Yeah, I'll talk
They
to Deb.
put that in their email.
no, but
So,
then they declared a lot of stuff free. So
Yeah, a lot of things are donated, so,
that's right.
Okay,
but, and she's aware of that stipulation.
Okay.
So.
I'll bring it up to her.
Did attend the Upper Arkansas weed management meeting down at Pathfinder yesterday. Pretty good meeting, met some individuals from El Paso, Fremont County, a couple other counties there. They had kind of a short board, but they did talk through quite a few things, and Reggie showed up down there to that as well, and we visited a little bit with Brittany. I believe our IGA is going before Fremont County at their next meeting. That being said, we're under a very tight deadline for out at the pit. I believe that we need to reach out and have someone spray that pit, because I don't believe that everything will be finalized in time for Brittany to come up and spray that. May 1st is his deadline to have it sprayed.
That's correct.
So I guess we need to reach out to sprayer. I don't believe we have any up here, probably in Fremont County.
Fremont or Pueblo.
So, to get somebody up here to do that. It's the wrong time of year to spray. It's a little early, but if he doesn't, then we start accruing fines, so. Because
I'll
of
have to
that,
do a pre-emergent then. So.
yeah. So if we can, if you want, you want me to look for somebody there or Vince or?
No, go ahead and look, start looking.
I'll do
And
that.
maybe Reggie knows somebody.
Okay,
She had a list earlier on of people that used to spray here, but whether they kept up their license and still do,
okay,
or would still be willing to take on a project like that.
all right.
Or the conservation board had a list too, I think, maybe.
I'll check on that, reach out and get somebody and get them on tap to do that. Road bridges, it's not in their report, so I'll go ahead and bring it up now. Their pump is going in today, so they're getting fired up to get moving on a lot of these roads. So that, I know we put one notice out, but we might see about putting another notice in the paper. Just letting everybody know that they're gonna be out working on those roads. And for the public to be cognizant of that and slow down through those zones when they're out there working on them. That's all I have. Dan, do you have anything for us?
do not. So.
Mike, do you have it? Oh,
Need to go back to approval of minutes. We skipped that. Or you skipped it, I don't know.
oh, I did.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that too, but I was gonna wait till.
Skip that.
Have another
Haven't
donut.
checked or nothing. So,
I move we accept the minutes from December 25th, 6th, and the April 3rd.
have a motion on the floor
I'll second.
and a second to approve the minutes from December 5th, 6th, and April 3rd. Any discussion? That being the case, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Do you have anything for us today, sir?
Anything today?
All righty. All right, elected official reports. Rich, you are up, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, Rich.
Come around the room, doctor. Finally got donuts here. So I've got a couple good news things to report. Previously, we had run our victim advocate program in-house with basically a full-time employee. And that relies a lot on grants and also applying to the district attorney office has a thing called the Vail Board to help victims. And so we lost that employee full-time, and I hired the Child Advocacy Center in Canyon City to provide those services for us instead. And so that comes with a director that has 11 years experience plus 2 full-time victim advocates. And then they will handle all of the grant reporting that we have to do. And we had got dinged at least twice last year on not getting our grant reports to fund the program. And they're going to charge us $500 a month. And we've also in the past relied heavily on local volunteers, and we still do. So we have 2 local volunteers. One just graduated from a week-long class that the state gives on that. And then I mentioned way back when I started here in the county, my concern for mental health and law enforcement's role in responding to mental health calls. And I don't really have the numbers, but I really think per capita, we have a lot of mental health needs in our community and then less resources that, they have in the bigger cities. And so we've tried several things that I don't think have provided a good service to the community. We're reaching out to stakeholders and different things, vendors and providers. And we've now implemented a new system, and we have a local couple, and their last name is Manzione, and the husband is a PhD clinician, and his wife is a master's degree clinician. And so they're going to volunteer for our department 24 hours a day to respond in the field where the mental health crisis first takes place. And there's a process you may have seen on the news or something called an M1 hold. And in the old days, a police officer could take a person that they thought was, quote, gravely disabled or a threat to themselves or others and take them to a mental health facility for a 72-hour check. Well, it wasn't like that. And when we show up at the hospital is trying to kick us out because they're so overwhelmed and there's so few resources. And so by having our own doctor here in Custer County who's willing to respond as a volunteer for the deputies, and then he can form what he calls diagnostic impressions. And then that helps us get the person into the treatment plan that best suits them. And then he can even call and skip the emergency room in some cases and try to get them a residential facility placement. So I'm really excited about implementing that. I also hired what I'm calling a chief of staff. And that person is going to work for us part-time, 3 days, no benefits, and use part of that victim advocate salary. And the gentleman that we have is Mike DeLaurentis, and he's a retired chief of police in 2 different locations, 42 years of law enforcement experience. And he'll be working as a civilian in our office.
You hired him as what? What?
We're calling it chief of staff.
Chief of staff.
And I got a job description from the state on what that does. And then we kind of tuned it down for what we need in our office. So he'll be available 3 days a week, and I'll continue to work on the kind of long-term strategic vision and getting programs like this implemented. The undersheriff is running the day-to-day tactical operations of the department, and then the chief of staff will do our administration and grants. And that's not a full-time job. Something else big that we've been working on for 2 years is an IT project, and we subscribe to the communication services of Fremont County Combined Regional Communication Center, our 911 center. And there's a number of member agencies in that, all the police departments and fire departments in the 2 counties. And a little over 2 years ago, the decision was made to upgrade the CAD software, which is computer aided dispatching that the dispatcher types stuff into, but also the records management system, which the police officers or deputies or fire department type their reports into. And so I'm very pleased with the software provider that they went through. They had a process that was before I came here, but man, we have hit technical hurdle after technical hurdle after technical hurdle to try to get our antiquated system to plug in with theirs, even things like GIS files. And so Vern and Jordan Benson have been instrumental in overcoming those challenges. And we've had basically the vendor provided us some kind of a network box that was misconfigured, and it took a long time to figure that out. And then our existing GIS data wasn't compatible. And so the Fremont County GIS IT guy actually worked a number of hours to try to get our stuff plugged in. And meanwhile, our undersheriff has been the project manager for that in addition to her other duties, and has traveled back and forth between the 2 counties a lot, going to meetings. And we actually got the thing working last week. So we're doing some fine tuning. It's that we're going to take our old police reports and evidence reports and some different things, and we're translating that into the new technology that this computer uses. So that was a big thing that we've been able to implement. And I think we go live on it next month. And all the deputies now have a tablet in their car. And in the past, they would go, let's say, to Wetmore to do a burglary report. They would collect all the information on note cards, drive back to Westcliff, and use, there's 2 or 3 computers they can use to type the report in the system, and then all that will go away. So they'll be completely independent in their car and be able to do stuff. In fact, there's actually an app on the phone they can do.
So what networks go over, AT&T, or is it go with the?
So the network that we're using is the hotspot on their department issued cell phone. So it only works with the cell phone camera. The software program is called Tyler Technologies.
And their phones are going through AT&T.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, that's what.
Or
They'll be able to do it wherever they are. And
But they'll be able to do it, but they won't upload until they're back into service. area.
Yeah.
So.
So they'll be able to
But
type
at
it
least
in
they
there
can do
and it's there and then all of a sudden, okay, cool.
And I mean, I like the technology, but the most important thing is the data, and we can start using this data more effectively to plan our resources and staffing and different things. And one thing that kills us is open records requests. And the system that we have now, trying to reach in there and find a report where somebody's name is there, their PDF, they're not searchable. This new system will take care of all that. So we'll be able to be a much better responsive providing open records requests. I did get a alarm security system bid, which I mentioned to you in a previous meeting. And so I'm ready to initiate the installation of that and pay for it with the court security grant. I did order the bulletproof glass for the GHS office that you guys authorized at the last meeting. And the last thing that I have not done yet is order the bulletproof panels. And they're 4x8 sheets of plywood, but it's not plywood, it's some other kind of material. And so the bulletproof glass will actually be installed by McCaslin Glass in Colorado Springs or in Kansas City, and they install it at the DOC facilities. But we'll have to order the panels and have a local person put them up kind of in lieu of drywall.
Good.
So one last thing, that the clinician who's coming on, Dr. Manzione, is also a post-certified police officer.
Spell
And it-
that, will you, please? Spell the name.
Manzione is Manizone. And he has for the last 20 years been embedded with the Adams County Sheriff's Office and would go to SWAT callouts and then help do the crisis negotiation. And then Chief De Laurentiis, who's our chief of staff, while he will not be serving as a police officer here, just an administrator, he is also certified in that. And so in the past, we haven't had somebody that could crisis negotiate in a situation like we had in Silver Cliff one time in one of the trailers there. So Manzione is going to serve as a new thing that we're offering called a reserve deputy. And so a reserve deputy has all the police powers of a full deputy. They just don't get paid. And so he'll volunteer. And then we've had a second chief who actually be coming in today who would like to be a reserve deputy as well. And they'll help us fill holes in the schedule for vacations and different things. But more importantly, and both of them have like 40 years experience, be able to help mentor our younger deputies. So I'm pretty pleased to bring that on board. Any questions?
That's great. Good, thanks.
That grant, court security grant, so currently we're
Yeah.
paying.
Mel
Out of,
his salary is completely paid with that.
right, so is the portion that's left gonna pay for it?
Yes,
or-
yes, sir. So I applied for a grant last state fiscal year, which ends June 30th, to get a underfunded court security grant
Okay.
to pay for the alarm.
Okay.
And we had a gentleman from the state courts in Denver or something come out that was a expert. And he and somebody from Department of Public Safety did a assessment of the building, and then they made recommendations. And one of their top recommendations was an alarm. Primarily, we have a number of panic buttons there that an employee can push if they're in trouble. And then we've just identified either we need to give more panic buttons out or get more insulation. And the system we have is very old and you can't add any more panic buttons to the system. But you bring up a good point is of this court security grant. And the sheriff is required to provide a armed bailiff for the courtroom. It's actually due this Friday, so I'll be sending you, as the chairman of the board, our new grant application, and it's in an app called Amplifund. And so you'll just need to click in there to approve it, and then we send it to the chief judge in Salida to click it, and that has to be turned in by Friday.
Okay, so these are two separate grants,
Yes, sir.
the one for
For his pay and
For his
for the
pay,
security
okay.
piece. And I'm applying for as much money as I can get for next year so we can continue to add pieces to the security of the building.
I have a question, and this is a general question on grants. When you applied for that, is it a matching grant or no?
This one is not matching, it's 100%
Okay,
funded.
so 100%, what does that mean? It means salary, does it mean benefits too?
I'll have to double
Be
check
on the hook
that.
for benefits?
We might be on the hook for benefits.
That's good to know, because when we're planning our budgets, we always think, we leave that out. There's another cost there on all our grants. If that, I believe that's the case, and it probably is up to us to pay the benefits. Okay, just want to make sure.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Rich.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Turn the camera off so I can take a donut.
You have to give you have to give your report before you
Go
go.
get some napkins.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's yours? Didn't get the special one.
I'm glad you're special.
Did you want one? Yes.
If you got an extra one, I'll take it, but don't worry.
Nice.
Redemptions are still
Yeah, we're still working on that.
in self-insurance, and that'll get better through the year, right?
Right, when they, as I collect taxes, it's better, yeah. And they have fixed the airport, but not for this month.
Okay.
It'll be fixed next month,
This month, meaning the
the February.
February month, yeah.
So that self-insurance fund used to be front loaded
Right,
so that we didn't hit a negative number like that.
and it got left out.
And it was left out. So what we need
During
to do
budget.
is we need to front load that again.
When we get back.
And so that we don't go into negative. And then what we noticed is cost went up about 14% over what we had originally budgeted.
Mhm.
So our self-insurance fund is,
A mess.
yeah. So anyway, that's why we're seeing a negative there.
So when are we gonna fix it? How do we fix it?
So we do have 200,000 coming back from the state. So that would be good to put back into that fund and start making sure that that gets front loaded. And gets put where we put it, so.
Yeah, that's what. Good.
And then when we budget, we make sure that we have that money front loaded into it, because that money comes out February, March.
February, I believe.
Yeah, February, so then it'll draw that down and then we'll build up through the year again. And then we can see what are our costs gonna be when we budget for,
And then we can add or
25.
subtract.
and then we can, yeah, absolutely. Front load it, make sure it pays the bill and it doesn't go into negative, and then it starts building up through the year as we collect taxes, so.
Okay, I move we accept the treasurer's report.
Second, discussion. Okay. Those in favor of approving the treasurer's report for the month of February signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Welcome. You go, Mr. Kelly.
Gabby.
I keep it, I give it to you next month, you see it's purple.
Thank you again.
Thanks for doing it. Okay, Brad. You get to come up and sit by the door.
It's the only way you get one.
You gotta earn it.
Morning, yes, sir. Morning.
Well, as this is my first official staff presentation, wasn't sure what to include, so.
Just tell us what you think we need to know.
Well, I will tell you that luckily, we're off to a slow start, which is good news. in
That's
my
always good
department.
news when we see the
And
Grim Reaper come to you.
We've had 3 deaths I've attended, yeah. We've had 3 deaths that I've attended this year so far. I've sent all 3 for autopsy. They were they were complex. Without giving you too much detail, I don't know how much you want, and there's some things I can't give you, but each of them were very complex, and we put a lot of time into each of those. One, for example, we had the ex-wife accusing the fiance of killing the guy. Found no evidence to that, to speak to that, but 2 weeks before he passed, his life insurance was swapped from his children to his fiance. It's a major red flag. So we've spent a lot of time on that. The other two were semi standard. One, we had a very difficult customer to deal with. I won't go into detail on that, but it was not fun. Just based on the widow.
Was there anything you need that came out of all this that you don't have to deal with? It? That's what we need to know.
No, it was just a personality thing, and it wasn't that we did our job by state statute. Everything was completed. Autopsy was completed. She was just very miserable to deal with. I've honestly since blocked her number from our county phone because she was abusive to me and my staff. And I won't tolerate that. She was abusive to Nikita and one of my other deputies, and called and complained that to the extent that there were ruts in her driveway. Where there were 2 fire trucks there, an ambulance, a sheriff's deputy, and 2 coroner pickups. And she called and complained that, the county should fix her driveway for her. And we offered to give her names of excavating contractors to fix her driveway. And she said, well, I don't pay for it. Okay, well, yeah, that's the best we can do. 2 fire trucks it was muddy, we had snow melt going on then, and it was just part of,
Doing business.
yeah, do you not want to have the emergency services come when you call them, or we can't float in, so county chopper wasn't available that day, so. Just things like that, just so you know, it's part of what we go through. But I have a class scheduled in May to teach SAR about our policies and procedures on crime scene identification and preservation. And they've contacted me wanting to be updated on how I want to handle scenes when they handle scenes in the mountains that I don't attend or can't attend, when they're up in the needles and stuff. They've got to investigate that scene for me and send me information. And so we're going to go over some procedures with them next month. We've got a training. We have a firearms training set up for all my deputies this spring so that they are going to be certified with a master firearms instructor. All my deputies are law enforcement sworn peace officers. So I think it's good for us to have that in our bag. And I have put together, and currently I don't think the county has a mass fatality plan. If we do, I've never seen it. So I've put one together. It's up to 17 pages right now, but I have one that I've worked up from several other counties, and we've adapted to Custer County. So I will be able to forward that to everybody with in an email form. And it's a 17-page mass fatality plan on what to do what to follow in case we have a mass fatality here. Anything from a bus crash to a plane wreck, or who knows what could happen. So should we have that, we worked on the Penrose deal with 190 deceased parties down there, and we worked through that. And
Probably coordinate with OEM and the public health.
Yeah.
So get a comment on them.
yeah, I'm going to submit to all you guys and all of them, and then everybody can make revisions or comments on what we need to change. It won't be a final,
Running what show.
but yeah, let's see how it goes. But it's adapted from Fremont and El Paso counties to here, so no sense in starting from scratch.
I know Mike sent a bunch of stuff over to us.
Okay,
So.
yeah. Let's see.
The three deaths, what, this year, what were they from? What was the final?
I ruled all three naturals.
Okay.
All three are natural deaths. The one was just an accusation.
Okay.
And we couldn't find anything. His toxicology was negative. The fiance that was accused was. That's the corner phone.
You did that on purpose. Show.
I don't
Show
like
off.
it. Yeah. We may be going.
You didn't knock on wood when you said it was a slow start.
Yeah. Might be number 4. We did have a hospice death last night too, so we've had quite a few hospice deaths, but we had one locally and it's an old time resident, and I'm not gonna mention any names because I don't know if all the family has been notified yet.
Okay.
So we'll keep that under hat for the moment. And let's see. Another thing I've identified that I'm really working on is crime scene preservation with our EMS. And this is a tricky one for me because I've gone to the sheriff's department and I wanted all law enforcement on the same page. So I went to the sheriff's department staff meeting and spoke to Richard and his entire staff. And we're all on the same page with what I'm proposing here. One thing we're having an issue with, or I am, is when we come to a death scene, and for example, the first one we had in February, this fellow had been dead for a day and a half, plus a day plus, and EMS comes in, you know, they put leads on him, they walk through the scene, there's 3 or 4 of them, walking through the scene and putting leads on him to say, yeah, he's dead. He's in full rigor mortis. His livor mortis is fixed. And these are clear signs of death that you don't come back from. And I have a problem in on a natural like this, we get away with that. If we have anything suspicious or like our homicides, we have EMS come in. And I'll give you an example. We had last fall in August, we had a suicide in the apartments in Silver Cliff. Guy has a bullet wound through his head, entrance wound here, exit wound here, hole in the wall, corresponding right angle, everything's good. But I was photographing the scene and he had been dead for a day and a half. I was photographing the scene, and the shell casing from his gun was clear over in the kitchen. And I asked the deputies, I said, how in the world did that shell casing get over there? And then one deputy on scene, he says the EMS kicked it over there. When they came in, they were all through here and one of them kicked it and it ended up over there in the kitchen. He said it was right here. Okay, most of the time we're gonna get away with this kind of thing. There's gonna come a time we will not. Somebody's gonna be on the stand in the courtroom testifying to why this is screwed up. So this is the tricky part. We don't wanna get in the way of life-saving. Life-saving trumps all evidence collection, all crime scene preservation. You know, life-saving is first. But when we encounter a scene where somebody is clearly deceased, we're full rigor mortis. There's no CPR fixes that. So do I need 2 to 4 EMS people tromping through there? I don't think so. I would like to get a new standard operating procedure where we say, this is when we lock down the crime scene. This is when we lock it down and nobody else goes in and out. Susan Barnes suggested too from other departments, when she had to bring a EMT in, she would come in with one EMT, you come in one path, they check them and they go back out, and she would carry their gear. And you don't have a whole team of people. So this is something I'm gonna go to the hospital board with. And we're going to sit down and I'm gonna take their suggestions. I don't have any of this written in stone that I'm gonna say, this is how it's gonna be done. I wanna work with them and say, you know, where can we stop and start this thing and say, we are, you know, we're beyond life-saving. Let's preserve the scene and document the evidence properly. And I think that's very important. We've already had 3 homicides within the last year, so it's not like it doesn't happen here. So we need to be prepared. I don't want to be that guy on the stand saying, well, you know, I had 12 people there and it, you know, I shouldn't have, but I don't want to be that guy. So we're gonna work on that, and I'm gonna probably try and come up with a new procedure for us to say where and when we start and stop these things. So. And we're looking into a new program called Contexture. I think I mentioned to you guys once before. That helps us find medical records for a deceased. They're all in one place. We don't have to go looking for different hospitals and different places. I've spent a lot of time calling different agencies to try and find medical records on somebody and figure out how and why they died. And there's a subscription to that, but we're working on that. We did a Zoom meeting with them and on how their program works and all the things available to us. So
Kind of a statewide program.
Yeah, I think it's nationwide.
Okay.
Yeah, and it gets stuff from everywhere, and I've relied on El Paso to do some of it for me, and they use it. And when I say, hey, I'm trying to find medical records on this guy, she'll punch it up, boom, she'll email it to me. Super simple, so it works great. So let me see, I think that's all I've really had for you. All three of our deaths were natural so far this year, and outside of the accusations, it's pretty amazing when somebody dies, how many people will show up with a handout and say, I need this and I need that, and I need, we had one of these, they were talking about, I had listed, the mother was on scene, and I had her listed in my report as next to kin. And boy, they just threw a fit, said, well, she shouldn't be listed as next to kin, it should be as children. And I said, no, your mother's your next of kin. And they kind of thought that what I put on that report had something to do with the will or who was gonna get the money. And it's like, no, this is just, she's next to kin, it had nothing to do with who's in the will.
Yeah.
And people don't understand that. They I did set up a meeting on that one with the ex-wife, Elizabeth Robinson, our detective, and Susan Barnes, the undersheriff. And we all sat down and had a hour-long meeting with her about this and talked over some of the ins and outs and why she thought that the fiance had killed her. She was in Denver at the time, and there was nothing on his toxicology report. So we saw no sign of, and he did die of a stroke. So it was, we listed it as natural, and I think that's died down then. So we had one in off Boneyard at the end of February, and I was currently down. I went to help Fremont County again. They had a body found on 115, and we're missing some bones. And I went down and helped them with a search to locate bones. While I was down there, I got called back because we had a death in Boneyard, and guy had been dead a month before anybody realized he was missing. And so we come back and dealt with that, and that one was natural too. So we're waiting on autopsy reports on that, but that
Okay,
was-
Brad, we're gonna have to get moving here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's very thorough. I appreciate
Okay.
what you've
You
been
betcha.
doing.
Appreciate it, fellas.
Thanks.
Thank
You can have one, you can have a whole.
All righty, fellas. Anything else you need to know, just let me know.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Take one
Oh,
of
she's gonna cook.
Got answer.
You look your handsome.
these.
She did answer your phone, Terry.
Yeah.
I'm a good secretary.
There you go. Staff reports, first one would be road and bridge, Vince will not be in to present that. Short and sweet, and then I covered the pump earlier. They are getting ready to get fired up on the roads, they are. I think we've all probably been getting some calls during the muddy season here,
Yeah, a lot of pits and holes and patches needed.
so. We are getting fired up to go address a lot of that stuff, so. Any other questions on that report or anything?
Nope.
No. Okay.
VSO is coming, huh?
Veteran Services.
Oh, there he is.
Morning.
You're looking kind of scruffy now. You didn't used to look that way.
It's going back slowly.
Yeah, it is.
Pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Here it is quicker than the top of the head though.
I brought visual aids today, because who doesn't love visual aids? I always talk numbers, and numbers really don't mean anything to give them to look at, so.
It's part of your presence, your
It is.
medicine wheel.
No, this is part of mine, just my numbers.
His regular report.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try and blast through it as fast as I can, that way Claudia has enough time to talk about the medicine with.
Okay.
All right, so diving into my report, was in the office 13 out of the 16 days, 2 days I took leave, because my son was here for spring break, and then we had the 1 day of inclement weather. I decided to park my truck in a ditch that day, which was fun. Scheduled appointments, I had 47 scheduled appointments, 2 no-shows, and then 4 cancellations due to the weather, which I've already got them all back in. 28 walk-ins. New power of attorneys was 17, so that's a total of 135. Intent to files was 27. So that's 171 that are submitted. And again, I do those intent to files to maximize what the back pay and compensation retro pay that they can get. New and increased claims, I submitted 10 additional new claims, so I'm at 115 total. 44 of those being first time claims for veterans. Supplemental claims, presenting new evidence for something that was denied before. Those 4 of those, so 43 total. And then high level reviews. So VA's denied something, I've gone back and pushed back, 6 total, 1 favorable, and then 5 is still pending. Individual unemployability claims, submitted 4 total, none for last month, but 4 total. 1 favorable, 1 denied, and then 2 pending. So we're at a total of 168 claims through the end of February. Burial reimbursements, I should update that, both were denied. So no new burial reimbursements, but there's 2 totals since I got here, both of those have been denied. Which I figured they would be. They've never filed claims, so they weren't eligible, but if you don't ask the question, the answer is no. VA debt waivers, both of them have now been waived, so it's a total of $145,000 in VA debt that's been waived for 2 veterans. The first one, and actually the very first veteran I had in my office, had a debt of $86,000. He's now since been service connected at 100%. He got $38,000 in back pay, and he's getting $4,000 extra a month from the VA to offer Social Security. So in 6 months, I've taken from an $86,000 deficit to $40,000 in the plus, and now getting $4,000 a month from the VA, which they won't be going back and collecting. Increase in compensation. And this is where the pie chart comes in, and I'll go to the pie chart. But 31 veterans have now been service connected that had not previously filed claims. Increase in monthly compensation is monthly increase now is at $47,300. And then retro payments since August 1st are totaling $285,000. And then total compensation, and again projecting through the end of the year for all those ones that have been service connected, we're at $904,000. And that's increased since August 1st. So on the pie chart, we have a pie chart here, and this is where it breaks down. So on the first page here, the big green swath is veterans that have seen favorable outcomes. So either they got service connected or they got an increase. That's all the favorable stuff. That was supposed to be pink here. Those are the folks that are now at 100%. So with all their claims, so again, they're favorable as well at 100%. The yellow swath is folks that had service connection for something that I asked for an increase, and the VA said no, so they stayed at where they're at. The swath of supposed to be red, but it looks like orange, are the claims that are denied, and most of those that are denied is mistakes on the VA's part. Last week, I will tell you every single claim that I pushed in was in response to a denial because of VA mistakes, and I submitted 6 of those last week.
Good.
The blue at the top, those are the denials that I've already got flipped. So favorable stuff is the blue, the green, and the pink. So favorable positive outcomes, we're at 77.6%. And then obviously the yellow and the red, but most of that red, by the time I'm done, will get flipped. And again, most of it's mistakes on the VA's part. So
That's a big deal, and people don't understand it.
right.
But in the past, that's never happened in this county before. We've
Mhm.
never had And it's because we were small and a lot of the veterans were not known. And you've really dug into this because we never had anybody go and
I'm
work
trying.
this hard to get what the benefits are that they were there. So this is
I'm
amazing.
trying. So on the second page, and I included the second page because this first page is outcomes of all the claims that have been rated so far. And we're at $905,000. If you look on this other page, this big gray swath are all the claims that are still pending that have not been rated yet. So fiscal year 22, the increase in compensation for the county was $440,000 total. And that's not just what the VSO is doing. That's if veterans are filing their own claims, using somebody else, moving into the county. That's the number all encompassing. The 905 that I am at is me solely. So it's not veterans coming in or anything else. So, you know, at this point, I'm set to quadruple what fiscal year 2020 was.
Okay.
And again, that's compensation that those veterans, is federal tax free dollars that those veterans are spending in this county, supporting local businesses and whatnot. I had a veteran come in the other day and tell me, he goes, you know, since I got my increase, you know, my wife and I, we couldn't afford to come in town and eat. He goes, now we're coming in town 3 or 4 nights a month and having a meal. So again, it's money that those folks are spending here in the county. Outreach for last month. Obviously, I went to the American Legion meeting, updated those guys, those folks. We did the Wetmore coffee and walk-in assistance. We had 2 veterans show up and a widow. The Silver Cliff Sharing Care Mobile Market, I went out there. 7 veterans came through the line that I'm currently working with, 6 veterans that I met for the first time, all their spouses, and then 3 widows. And a lot of those folks I'm already working with. Every single one of them that came through the line that I wasn't working with was on my schedule that following week. So getting those folks in, getting taken care of. The American Legion Chili Cook-Off was the 23rd. I'm a little salty still because I didn't place. But they tried to double. It was their second annual, and they were trying to double what they did last year, and they were $60 short. So they raised, I think, $1440 is what they raised. And that, again, all the money that they raised goes to back into helping the veterans in the county.
So they fell short of doubling it.
By $60. Yeah. And then somebody threw in the $60 just so they'd reach their goal. So it was
So they worked.
Veterans Coffee Social. Again, we do that every Wednesday, and we're averaging 10 veterans per week. Today we had a full house, but nobody new today, which is unusual. Normally we get somebody new every week. So today was the normal crowd, but nobody new. And then obviously I share all my updates and stuff on social media and then share that across the community pages as well. Upcoming stuff. I was over at KLZR radio. I don't have a face for TV anymore since I shaved my head and my beard. So I was on the radio. We were at the Silver Cliff Senior Center on the 1st. Again, just showing face and talking to the veterans there. I had 2 veterans come out of there and already I'm working with those. One I did power of attorney, one we already had power of attorney. So I'm pressing with both of those veterans. The 2nd, we had the American Legion update. The 4th, I really don't want to talk about this. The 4th, we had the round table with Senator Hickenlooper, and I'll bite my tongue on that one. Today, and this is why we're in here early today, I've got to jump on a Zoom call. Christy's husband, Jeff, he's still with Cincinnati Children's Hospital, and they have a veterans group that meets quarterly. And he asked that if I could jump on their call and just talk about claims with their folks. So I agreed to do that. So I'll be jumping on a Zoom call with them here shortly. The 11th, so tomorrow we're going to be over at the Wetmore Community Center doing our walking stuff. There's a veterans couple retreat with Mount Carmel this weekend. My wife and I are attending that one, so we'll see how that one goes. VFW meeting is the 20th. I'll be in Grand Junction for a veterans funeral that day, so I won't be making their meeting. And then the 27th and 28th of this month is when we're planning to take that POW MIA flag down to New Mexico. And then our state veterans or women's veteran service officer, Amy Domingue, reached out to me because I asked her if she could come down and speak with the women's veterans here in the county. So Colorado did not recognize Women's Veterans Day, which is June 12th. So she wrote a bill and it's with the governor and it looks like it's gonna get signed. But she's gonna come down here and she wants to celebrate Women's Veterans Day down here in Custer County. So we'll be supporting that and putting that on. I'm also reaching out to Fremont County's VSO because they have a women's veterans coffee they do once a month. So we'll be inviting that group of women veterans down as well. And actually, I'll be up there on Tuesday the whole day with them training Trish on all the access that I have. She wants to know how I do things and tracking numbers and all that good stuff. So she asked if I could come up and do that, which I think we
Good.
talked about in the past, so I'll be going with that,
Mhm.
teaching her that way. Fremont County veterans can
So
get better assistance.
June 12th is designated as.
It is,
day.
yep, it's national, but it's not been recognized here in Colorado, but she wrote that bill and trying to get it
Okay.
pushed through. But we will be recognizing and celebrating it here in Custer County for the state. So we'll see if we can get the tag down here as well. Let's see how we can get that and make that happen. And then I've got my CVA 26.
What's your plans with that flag once you bring it back?
And we're gonna go get it mounted, framed, mounted, and then on Memorial Day, we'll unveil it, and we'll have the American Legion will come over with the honor guard and present the colors, and then we'll unveil it. And that way it's just displayed properly, and then we'll hold it up in the Ziploc bag.
No, perfect.
Yeah, I move we accept his report. That way Kevin can sign.
I'll second.
All right, have a motion on the floor to approve the CVA 26 report. Any further discussion?
Oh, good job, thanks.
Okay, appreciate it. No, sir.
All right, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, that motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. We'll get that sent in today. Thanks for your time, sir. Appreciate you.
Yep.
I want one of those pens. Where'd you get? We'll find. We'll get it on like that.
I had one, but it went through the wash and they don't handle that very good. Paper on there.
Great. Today I brought Claudia. She is on the board of Veterans Rescue Ranch. She's also a VA fiduciary, which means she's already been vetted to handle government funds. Along with, previous EMS. She's a jack of all trades.
Yes, she is.
This is Claudia.
See you again.
Colonel, thank you,
Yeah.
Morning.
sir.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. Rather than projecting, wanted you to have a presentation. I'm the DAR, daughter of the American Revolution. I became quite involved in the race across America. And as I became involved, I'll leave that for a minute. As I became involved in race across America, I became more and more aware of the loss of life of our veterans, laying wreaths on their graves due to their own hand, giving all at their own hand due to suicide. There are many root causes. I've been researching for 2 years now on those root causes of suicide among our veterans. Many of them boil down to wounds of war, either physical, traumatic brain injury, or PTSD, or other losses. Personally, I've been married to a Vietnam veteran, combat scout dog handler in Vietnam, U.S. Army Airborne. Agent Orange wore him down over a period of 29 years, as well as PTSD. But I took a gun from his hand 2 years ago in our forest. And that started this journey for me personally. We've done a lot of research. We have the numbers. They're grim. It's a community effort to heal the wounds of war. And we come to you as a community through the Veterans Service Office, of course, Veterans Resource Office, of course, But I was born and raised in this county. I hold it personally, and I brought my husband home, right, for sanctuary. This valley has welcomed over the years ranchers and farmers. Agriculture is key, and it still is. Veterans homesteading after the war, the Civil War. Miners seeking hope. My ancestors were trappers and traders coming, living with our indigenous and learning from them how to survive and thrive. Those same groups now today are at risk of suicide. The numbers are grim. Agriculture, it's harder to make a living. They're under a lot of stress. Veterans, they're isolated away from their families. Aging in place, not going to nursing homes. We have a significant, the oldest age group in the nation is Custer County, as far as population. Higher unemployment rate, of course. In the rural area, we're struggling with that. Custer County is home to a higher risk of suicide. These are death records from the state of Colorado. We have a higher rate of suicide, Custer County, than that state average rate per 100 is 20. We're at 69. The veterans numbers are really the ones that come straight to the heart. Suicide deaths greater than age of 18 between 2018 and 2022 for the state of Colorado. The state of Colorado had 5,109 deaths. Of that, veterans, 1,074. 1,074 reefs. And no veteran should give all at their own hand. That's why we're here. No veteran should give all at their own hand. They've served enough for our country. We need to save them now. Not just Custer County, although Custer County is at the top of the list as far as suicides in Colorado. Other rural counties as well are affected. So this is not just Custer County, it's other rural counties, Kiowa, Park, Ure, Montezuma, Saguache, just over the Cinco de Cristos, Huerfano, Teller, Chapin, Gunnison. These are all our neighbors and friends and families. These are suicide rates in Colorado. Now, for the VA, again, a report that we have researched. In 2019, a national report came out from the VA, suicide rates among our veterans, 6,000 deaths a year. That's too many. Too many. So we are on a mission with your help and your support. Our mission is to provide community-based programs, multimodality, not just a doc in a box, right? But I was very encouraged by the sheriff's report. We want to provide a whole health. There is a model through the VA that's being run out of the Houston VA health system. It's a wonderful whole health model that we want to also encourage your support with. But these are whole health professionals, trainers, veterans that we're bringing together into this model, creating a healthy community so our service members are welcomed home to a healthy community around this. And of course, we have our principals and our partners. The whole health community care model will incorporate VA healthcare systems, community care. You know, we're beyond, VA, direct care because of our, isolation in our rural community. We qualify for community care. And so we can incorporate that community care model. Alternative care is also key to our success. So we want to leverage the military broadcast network radio programming. We have two wonderful people here. One is a veteran. The other is a radio broadcast professional. He has his own programs. They're going to put together a radio program for outreach to our veteran community. Military Broadcast Network. Also podcasts as well, to do outreach and say, you are not alone. Don't make that choice, right? Also West Custer County Library, we're partnering with for Suicide Awareness Month. We're also partnering with the American Legion, and this is really important. So this is our broadcast network for the military. We're also partnering with the American Legion. They are launching a new program called Be the One. And that is very key. One of our senior medical advisors is on the National Marketing Committee for the American Legion. She will be leading our effort in integrating that message. Because outreach is the most key, most important, is to interrupt that choice of suicide. There are so many other choices, and if we can be the one to help them, not make that choice, the risk of suicide decreases dramatically if we can get them beyond that choice, our first contact. So I talk about silent walkers, right? Because they're, we're trained in the military. Even I was trained in the fire department. I'm a retired fire captain. Suck it up, move on. Pull up your boots in the agricultural field. I'm a retired rancher. My brother and I had to give up ranching, and he almost killed himself over that. My parents are both World War II veterans. What they went through is, horrific. And that generational trauma of suicide affects the parents, the grandparents, the children, the grandchildren, a ripple effect throughout the community. So we need to stem the tide of suicide. One veteran at a time. One outreach contact at a time. We want to partner with the Sheriff's Department. We have teams of veterans on our group that are coming together. We're going to do a private telehealth. We have a combat clinician, a licensed clinical social worker on board. We have whole health community. We're going to tie into Heart of the Rockies clinic here. We're going to tie into the VSO, the VRO. We're going to tie into Sovista. We're going to tie in with the Sheriff's Department, first contact. And we're going to come together as a community to reduce those numbers, to stem the tide of suicide. We need your help. Thank you for approving the veteran workforce grant of $100,000. We're lining up those projects because when they get healthy, they need a job. I'm working with the BLM. I'm working with the OEM. We're going to line up projects for these people who need work when they feel better. And we're going to make a whole health, not just the body, right? Not just the mind, but the spirit inside. And we're going to connect them to a spiritual path as well. I do appreciate everything that you've done for us, but there's a lot more work to do. These are our community members that are providing this solution. not outsiders. Our community is coming together. These are all community care-based people. And we are going for a pilot program through the Veterans Administration. We have employed a professional grant writer through a large donation. And we're going for the VA Staff Sergeant Parker Fox Gordon Suicide Prevention Program Grant, named after Sergeant Parker Fox Gordon, who committed suicide. The award amount we're going for is $750,000. That's a renewable grant. There is no matching required. Your endorsement would help us succeed. We're going to go under the 501c3 Veterans Rescue Ranch. The board is made up of veterans. I've joined the board as a VA fiduciary to manage those funds. I do appreciate your time for this briefing. Please feel free to ask me any questions you have at this point, and I'll be more than happy to provide you any information that you require in the future. The due date for this application is April 23rd. We have a lot of data, a lot of reports that we're attaching to the application itself. But a letter of your endorsement will save lives.
Good job, Clyde. You did an excellent job presenting that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
for the
Colonel.
help that you're doing.
I know you're a colonel and I'm here to serve you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have,
Thank you.
that is a letter of support here for that. And this will be included, if we approve this, will be included in your grant request. correct?
Yes, sir. We're also receiving letters of support from other organizations. I'm seeking one from the Daughters of the American Revolution, because also our indigenous people serve our military at great numbers per capita, and we want to serve them as well. And we also have letters of endorsement coming in from Advocates for Recovery. We're going to partner with them to provide telehealth services for addiction and alcohol, because that's how they're coping, and we want to help them there. So we're seeking other letters, but yours would carry great strength, I think, with the VA.
And if you'd like, after I take a quick shot of water, I will read this letter.
That's
You did very well. You spoke a lot, and it takes your voice away after a
Thank
while.
you so much.
The letter that she is asking us to approve and sign here today. Dear Veterans Rescue Ranch, the County Commissioners of Custer County, Colorado fully endorse and support the Veterans Rescue Ranch Medicine Wheel Project and its mission to address suicide among veterans in our community. The Medicine Wheel Project, spearheaded by Veterans Rescue Ranch, is a vital community initiative aimed at providing outreach and coordination of whole health, community-based care for our veterans, our families, and our children. We support your commitment to addressing this critical issue and recognize the importance of collaborative efforts in our community to support our veterans and their families in whole health, including all aspects of a healthy way of life. We pledge our support to the mission of the Medicine Wheel Project that states, we provide community-based programs provided by a multi-modality team of veterans, whole health professionals, and trainers that work with veterans, their family and community members to interrupt the choice of suicide. Veterans should never give all at their own hand. creating a healthy community for our service members to welcome them home. The County Commissioners of Custer County, Colorado stand ready to assist in any way possible to ensure its success. Together, we can make a difference in the lives of our veterans and work towards a future where suicide is no longer a reality for those who have served our country. Thank you for your dedication to this important cause. And signature page.
I move we approve and sign the letter of endorsement.
I'll second.
Yeah, the motion on the floor to approve and sign the letter of endorsement for the Veterans Rescue Ranch Medicine Mill project. Any discussion?
Oh, great, great thing to do, great cause. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I know this is during our staff reports, but I would go ahead and ask for any public comment at this time on this issue as well. Anybody has anything?
You guys know this is deeply personal mission, right? Both my older two kids are currently enlisted. And Austin is in the Navy submarine school. He's already had 2 suicides in training. Like this, it's real and it's close to home. And it's deeply personal mission for us because we will provide a safe space, a healing place for veterans to come to. Just have it's family.
Thanks.
We will be seeking other funds for facilities, capital improvements, and a central location for an equine therapy ranch in the valley.
Anything else? Nothing online. Those in favor of approving the letter of support as read here this morning, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, sirs.
Yep, thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Get this signed and
Thank you.
We'll work very hard for you. Okay, thank you.
Take a donut too, Clyde.
Oh, sure. My dog loves
Be shy.
donuts.
Don't give it to the dog.
She's a therapy dog, like that.
Then it's okay.
Yeah.
give you a break.
No.
Okay. I believe that Bob, that you will be next up here. Sir, good morning.
Morning. You say, Bob?
So. As I have an 11 o'clock unemployment hearing by phone, I'm gonna try and spend the time.
Hope you weren't planning on 45 minutes.
Well, that would depend on
You're
your,
gonna,
so,
tell us what we need to know.
well, I've given you the kind of just the broad strokes of the updates of things I've been working on. One of the first things I did when I started is going through and kind of looking at where the county stood in its statutory authority for reporting and documentation, and sending stuff to the state and to the federal government and to our benefit providers and all those kinds of things. And in doing so, I realized that when at the first of the year, at the end of last year, CTSI gave the county a 13% rate increase on their benefits, medical, vision, and dental, life not included. So began to look at that impact of that and realized, and talking with Vernon, that rate increase was actually, he included it in the budget. So that's the good thing. So that 13% was included. However, the county has split the premiums between the employee and sharing with the employee and the county picking up, the county paying 1/3 and the county 2/3. Then realized that the employees and the corresponding county portion of that, because those are taken out of deductions from the employees' payroll based on their election, okay? Those rate increases were not loaded into the payroll system. So since January through now, when the employees received their pay, the deductions that were being withheld from their pay was at the 2023 rates. So, and reached out to and had to CTSI, and they said, yes, we were wondering why your contributions to the invoices were always short. And so what I did is then began to audit and go through every individual employee's rate at what they had elected compared to what they contributed, and then at the 2003 rate compared to what they should have been paying at the 2004 rate, and conversely with the county's portion. And so what I have for you is and some of this I didn't put into your package just because I was still finalizing all this to come before you. So like I say, the rate went up 13%. And so in here, I have the 2003 rates and the 2004 rates for everybody. Just so you can see. Oops, I gave you mine. The bottom one. That one, I think. Look at that to you. That one, sorry.
Which one do you want?
That one, there you go. That one has the details of it. So the bottom line then is that, so you would need to, I guess, formally approve the rate increases. The benefits, which that be at some point an action that you would need to formally take, even though we're actually being charged that. But you need to know what they are and then approve those rates. I guess in arrears.
You have to work with finance and get a resolution.
Okay, so that will work with them on that. Then what I've done is went and audited, like I say, all the individual employees based on their contributions, and then put together a report showing by month, and then general fund, DHS fund, and road and bridge, because that's how our invoices are broke out, is to the differences between what the county was short in paying and what the individuals group was short, but for those 3 months, for a total of $19,964 and change for the county side, and then $15,505.06, all employees included for all those funds. The shortfall for the county, I've worked with Jen, and that shortfall has been paid to CTSI because they were wondering when you're going to get caught up. So that's been resolved, or in the process of being resolved. So what now needs to be addressed is we are working with Jen in the process of changing the employee portion and county portion of each employee's elected benefits, updating those costs in payroll to reflect what the 2024 rates are. That will get that put back in where it needs to be.
It's going to have to be higher for a while and then reduced to the normal, and once it's back, the back pay is corrected.
Well,
they weren't taking enough deduction.
Correct.
Make it short and sweet.
Right.
Of these first 2 months or 3 months.
3 months, January, February, March.
So we're gonna have everybody make that up.
There's the employees will have to, in some fashion, which is the board's decision, to make up their individual shortfalls.
Right.
Okay, the county's portion was included in your budget. So you're fine on the budget side. So that's fine. The question then becomes where, I've identified by person for each month based on their elections, medical, dental, vision, life, and what level, as to what their shortfall per month is. And then I have a total for all 3 months by person. So the thing for the board to give some direction on is how do you want to go about having the employees or having those monies collected to absorb or to compensate for the rate increase for the employee side based on what they contributed and what should have been. Now, what caused this is every year for employee benefits, people are probably heard or familiar with open enrollment periods. Well, based on what I've been able to find is there was no open enrollment period given or notice given to the employees.
At least not formal.
Yes, so I can't find any records of it. I found the year before, I found those records. And I've talked with some employees, some of them, had an idea that the rates may be going up, but I haven't been able to find any formal record where broad open enrollment periods are noticed and you have open enrollment meetings and the employees are given, this is what your rates are going to be for the plans you have. And at that point, they can make choices as to whether or not they want to change the plan they're on, keep it, or drop it or roll in something else. And that decision period was not given to them. As a stopgap, I've reached out to CTSI. I said, hey, this didn't happen. Is there any way that you will allow me to give the employees a one-time special open enrollment period to try and give them that opportunity? And the answer was no. Their reasoning is they've already set their budget for paying claims and stuff based on the enrollments that they had. And they have every legal right to say no because the open enrollment, once that opportunity, that window closes, the employees are not allowed to make changes to their benefits elections outside of specific conditions like a death, divorce, loss of coverage. Yeah, those types of things where we don't have any of that. I don't have any legal way to force CTSI in letting them make those choices because I've asked them, they said no. So we're left with how do you want to go about trying to do with each individual employee? I'm prepared and I've have each individual employee's information to where I can say what happened. These are the new rates for the plans that you elected. It's unfortunate, but the open enrollment period where you could change has passed. You were not given that. So, but based on the rates that you have and the new rates that went up 13%, this is the new premium for your individual plans. And where that was paid at the 23 rates for January, February, March, the shortfall for you is X. The shortfall ranges anywhere from $2 or $3 up to over $1,000. And there's a couple of 2 or 3 employees that are over 1,000. And I don't want to talk about individual names, that types of things in this context. But just to, there were 3 employees who left with the county, and where the county did not give CTSI the notice that they were gone. So we have been paying the full rate for those 3 employees until I discovered it and said they've left, stop. And so they have done that, and they are able to give us 2 months worth of credit, and that's legal. So they will be doing that. So we'll get some of that money back, not all of it. We have had other employees where I've had one where the health insurance rate plan that they were being charged was different than what they actually elected. And so the premium is higher. I've had some where they've one particular type of coverage. For whatever reason, was not being deducted for 1 month. And the other months it wasn't, and that's all comes back from when on the invoices that come from CTSI, they must be audited and balanced every month. And in talking with CTSI, that hasn't been done since 2022, I think she said. And so once now we're getting this balance, they want me to go back to those months that weren't balanced, and they want me to balance those. So once we get this done, we need to do that with them. But I needed to get this done first because of the urgency nature of all of it.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes.
So we need to ask some questions. So then we'll figure out how to act on it. When's the deadline we have to fix this? By what month?
Fixing it, we've partially fixed by getting the CTSI paid for the amounts that were underpaid, totals. Then as far as the individual employees, we're fixing the rate deduction now. Then the other part is as far as getting the money from the employees, that's up to you.
Okay, so that's my question. What's the deadline to do
There
that? Can we
isn't-
roll it in? For example,
Mhm.
there's probably a few people that can just one lump sum from this get even and I'm chucking on. Then there's
Mhm.
the others that are more, that couldn't afford $1,000 hit off of
Right.
it, right? So, in effect, we're gonna have to roll that with them.
Right.
At whatever rate they're comfortable with and can make.
Right.
So you're gonna have to come back to us with a plan on how we stair step, but without names, the way we wanna do this.
I can do that, but my question, like I said, it's gonna take some direction from you on what you want me to do.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to, Bob.
I can give
You
you
gotta tell
a
the
list, I can give you a list of the employees.
Mhm.
Confidential, because I don't want to release the names. And then
Oh, I don't
options
think-
are you can absorb it for the employees from the first 3 months. And then going forward, they pay it. So those are an option. The employees making it up over a couple of months is an option. And so I can put that together for you.
Okay, well, I'll make sure it's legal, whatever.
Oh, yeah, they're-
The point, well, listen,
Mhm.
is that, is it legal for us to absorb it? I don't think so. I think you can't do that because it's owed, it's real. We did this before, a couple of years, when we reset, with the new system, everybody had to take a hit for X months until we got caught up, with it. So if there's an option, you just need to give us the couple of options on how we would propose to do that.
So I can do that.
Make sure, then we can run it by Dan, make sure that legally we're not taking, the citizens gave us X amount of money to pay our employees. We cannot have them pay extra because we made a mistake, right? So, well, for whatever reason, I have no idea why we didn't have an HR department. I'm glad we got you, but thank you
So
for bringing this up.
legally, you can absorb it, and I say that because as a board, you choose how much you want to split. Some employers, not many, absorb the full cost. Most split the premium with their employees.
Yeah.
So how you
that's
split
true.
that is up to you. So if you want to
Well, we do
absorb
that
the full
normally
cost,
anyway, right? I mean, that's what we've always done.
yeah,
But
you've
but
always
we didn't
split it.
Split it with a 25, 180 or
Yeah,
whatever.
so you can absorb it if you choose. You can split, you have the employees pick up their share. If you choose, I can put together the options, and I didn't bring anything to you because I wanted to know what your preferences were. And I can bring that to you at a meeting in the coming up and have that discussion. And I can, so that's up to
That
you.
would be a good thing. We need it on our agenda to consider.
Yeah, it's not on the agenda as an
So-
action item.
Right, so I didn't want to do that because it's gonna take some dialogue on your part, and this really isn't the venue for that.
And I just clarify what Bill was referring to, where we did something similar prior to, is when we went from a
Right.
First of month, the end of month pay period
Mhm.
to a 16th to 15th pay
Mhm.
period.
Right.
And that was going to create some short checks
Mhm.
we upfronted that and then the employees
Caught it.
caught that
Right.
back up, and that's what he was referring to.
Yeah, And that's
Uh,
certainly an option. I didn't
So-
feel like this was the venue for that
No,
discussion.
Yeah, we're not trying to decide today. We can't.
Right, right. So that's why it's not here.
If some of them are $2 and some of them are $1,000, I think it's an individual plan for each individual person. Whether they wanna make it up in one lump sum, or whether they wanna. But December 31st is our deadline, no matter what.
Right.
It's gotta make the audit, so. I'm okay if we give them the option, here's your option, it's either this amount through the end of the year, or it's this upfront.
Okay.
And it's an either or thing.
Okay.
You give too many choices, it's,
Right.
it makes it more
We'll
work
make it
for
harder
us.
than it
Right.
needs to be.
So I can bring that to you.
That's what I'd like to
And-
see.
Like I said, this wasn't the venue to have that discussion, so the only thing I need to do quickly is we need to update the deduction amounts in payroll so that come the April pay period, those correct deductions are coming out. And I need to notify the employees because they're gonna see
Increase.
an increase or a change in the deductions. And so with your approval, I will go ahead and do that.
You have to do that.
And then also include in that, with the board's work, we are trying to address options on how to make up any shortages in their pay.
Yeah, I don't think you need the board's approval
No.
to
You do that?
You have that change.
Okay.
You have to do.
I
that.
have to do that. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah,
I have to do that.
I'm trying to avoid a vote here.
No, I'm just saying, that's what I need to do. And I want you to be aware, you may get calls from employees, and I'm glad we found it in
Once
the
you put
first
a,
3
once
months.
you put a memo out, you're gonna have to the workforce, just tell them, here's the deal.
Right, so that's
From
what I
here
will be
forward, It's
doing,
gonna be X.
right? And I can give them the rates for twenty
That way they're not
twenty-four
surprised.
and kind of give the notice of that.
Change.
I'm just glad we found it early in the year.
Okay.
And, you know, as I continue to work through the mandated reportings.
And then we can put some, maybe the next meeting's agenda,
Sure.
because it does need to happen sooner. rather
Yeah, it sounds
than
like
later.
they're gonna be ready to do it.
Oh, yeah, it's
So
just.
one
it's
quick
easy to do.
question for you from me, in regards to the employees portion to CTSI, do we need to catch that up on the employee side and then we will pull that back from the employee, or are they good on however we do it as long as we're done by December? Or do
The,
they
if
say,
CTSI will be caught up on county and employee shortfalls with the check that Jen has processed.
Right, it's, we're.
Now we're just doing it
so
internal,
we'll be on our.
Now they're catching up with us.
right?
And whatever plan you come up with is gonna have to account for employees leaving before the end of the year if they choose the
Mhm.
annual.
Yes. There will have to be a caveat
they
that
get
in
their
there that
back.
says if you leave either voluntarily or not, the portion that is still left over will be withheld,
Yeah.
collected in some form or
And if
fashion.
that's the option they choose, I'd like their signature on. something.
Absolutely,
That-
that
okay.
it has to have, has to be that way.
That's how we would have to deduct from the final paycheck.
Yeah, otherwise you can't.
Right.
And then I've got Jordan Benson setting up an email that'll go out to staff around the end of October to remind us all that open enrollment
Yeah, we gotta do that.
is coming.
Yeah, he showed that to me and that looks great.
It was done in some form,
Mhm.
because I changed my deduction as
Yeah.
far as the flex.
Yeah, flex you can do. There is some flexibility, Jen. And since you brought that up, Jen, while I was doing this, Jen has been doing the same thing, but on the voluntary benefits. Flex 125, short-term disability, additional life insurance and all those kinds of things. So she has been doing that and has found similar things on those elections.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, on the good or bad, those are directly all paid by the employee. There is no county matching contributions. So,
So you're saying in case, just to be clear, that some people selected some things that never were implemented.
Correct, or their
vice versa.
deduction amounts were not the same, or the plan they elected changed and they did or did not have that coverage they wanted,
You're gonna have
and
to make sure the employees are aware.
yeah, so we're working through that process now. And it's outside really the board's action because it's a fully funded by each individual employee's choice.
Mhm.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good job, Bob. Thanks so much.
Sorry about the bad news.
It's good news.
It's good news. We're straight
Got
down.
it fast. We stay good or we wanna move on?
Well, let's move on until we have a written report. Then we take a break.
All righty.
So if you-
You're up, Clyde.
Not in a plane, but up here in the hot seat.
I was awake the entire time.
Good morning.
Good morning, morning, sir, morning.
Clyde.
Morning, morning. Well, you guys have already heard my report last week, but I have one important change I need to let you know about.
Got the Tahoe speedometer fixed or whatever?
No,
Oh.
Don't wanna hear about it. We don't need to know, you just fix it.
there's an advantage to having the fuel gauge.
Oh,
The fuel gauge is broke,
That's
so
right.
everybody that takes it fills it up.
That's.
So there's kind of an advantage
Keeps it
to it.
cold. That's a good idea.
Oh, I forgot to announce I'm Clyde Butler, the airport manager, for the minutes. Okay, here's the problem I want to bring up. This is a personal mistake that I made that I need to apologize for. Somehow, in my fuel totals, our fuel on hand, back when we installed the new tank, I added the fuel that was in the old tank twice to my total, the fuel that we had on hand. So I've been carrying forward a 640 gallon error every
I
month.
remember 600 being in the tank, so you just added it again.
Yeah, I added it in twice, 2 months in a row, so
So is this total indicative of that, or do we need to make that a 4,900 gallons of fuel rather than 56?
right now we have 4,554 gallons.
Say it again. 40,554.
4,554.
Got it. Good.
I had convinced myself that the problem was that the reason I didn't recognize that was because I thought that the chart for the fuel tank that was provided to us by EnviroSafe was incorrect. I've apologized to them. I've now found out that it is correct. And the gauge on the tank and the stick jive with the chart. The fuel gauge and the stick always agree within an inch. And I think that's pretty good considering they're 30 feet apart. And 35 foot long tank.
It's mine.
I shoved it on.
Yours is right. Sorry about that. I moved it over to the right.
So it's accurate, and we know that the accuracy of the pump itself is within ounces.
Yes. Yes, we have a very accurate accounting of how much fuel we bought, how much fuel we sold. But I made a mistake and transferred fuel from the old tank to the new tank twice.
On hand load is
Yeah.
less. Okay.
Other than that, the only thing I have to change is, I have DOT, Colorado Department of Transportation yesterday granted me an account for the WIMS site. So now I can order my own wind socks.
Good. And like we said, maybe you donate one over here to this landing spot for the helicopter.
Yeah.
If it's
Yeah, I don't have,
size.
don't have an extra pole, but,
Yeah, we'll let them find the.
okay.
Did not use the one on EMS?
They have a wind drift indicator. I don't know what they're using. It's be nice, there's a windsock there, it'd be nice to get one on the other side maybe, or you give them a choice.
Yeah, there is a windsock.
Yeah, it's a small one.
What size they use in Wetmore Firehouse?
I don't know what size they use either.
But you'd have 3 24 inches that are wrong, correct?
That's correct. I can either give those back to the state or find another,
No, find another use for it.
find another use for them.
Okay, anything else?
Nothing else unless you want me to read the whole report.
I think we're getting the airport's physical address. I think that got changed.
We just need to know the highlights.
And I think we got you a Napa account, or we're working on getting you on that. account.
Vernon says I have a Napa account,
Okay.
or the airport has a Napa account.
Okay.
Let us know how the Armstrong payment comes out. I haven't seen anything lately.
I haven't seen anything from them
Get
either.
with Armstrong, let us know soon.
As soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know. I'll give you a call personally.
Okay. And AWAS is spelled wrong
Huh?
again. Don't worry about it.
Okay, you got me.
It's down there.
Spell check didn't catch that. All right. Anything else, gentlemen?
No, thanks for.
I'm
the
good, thank you very much.
Invitation to the meeting the other day.
Yeah.
Yep, that was a good one.
Thanks
You missed
for-
a good time.
Thanks to all you guys for coming out for the
I
meeting.
didn't know about it.
It was just, it was an airport meeting.
Oh, yeah. Sure, I missed a great time.
Yeah, it was. It cooked great.
All right, thank you.
Oh.
I didn't know it was food.
That's right.
All right, we'll take a short recess and reconvene here in approximately 5 minutes. Probably take 10 because it seems like we think that, but we'll shoot for
You
5.
don't say 10.
We're going for 5. Short recess.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Brian said anything about not being here, but it's weird that he's not here.
He's a great guy. He's intense.
You got his number?
I did. I think I got him here.
So, I guess I should reconvene us. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't have any, but
All right, the time is now 10:54 a.m. I will reconvene this Board of County Commissioners meeting. Our next item on the agenda will be the landfill. And we have a written report. Questions?
I don't have any questions. Everything's good, just so for the record, didn't have anything earth shattering.
CDPHE is still reviewing the area fill. Approval.
Loaders back. from Four Rivers.
Did they? He didn't mention they were working on the compactor the other day.
You mentioned it, but
They wanted $5,000 for a new fan for that. Fan is straightening and refurbishing the old fan to go back in there.
it's a lot cheaper. As long as it's balanced.
So anyhow, I don't know where they're at with that. They were getting it cleaned up and ready to go back in, but I don't know if it's in or not.
It wasn't in yesterday.
Okay.
It's yesterday, I know of. Or
Okay.
Monday morning. maybe it was.
Any other questions?
No, it looks like Jill's gonna take a couple more weeks and hoping to wrap up the area fill, so. Hopefully by the end of the month, we'll know whether we have that area fill for 30 more years worth of airspace.
It will be good to have that decision made. Okay, recycling.
Recycling, so year to date, well, I should say through March. 41 bales produced of cardboard, 9 bales of mixed paper, 6 bales of aluminum. 3 bales of steel. Current prices, March, April pricing is 110 per ton for cardboard, 70 for mixed paper. 48 cents per pound of aluminum and 130 per ton for steel. Year to date sales revenue through the end of March is $6,539.28.
Mhm.
Pretty much. There it is. Oh, and they've started stripping down the trailers and painting them. So that's all being done by the FFA kids at the school.
Yeah.
So they're gonna do 2 trailers at a time, and then once they're all painted blue, I think some of them are gonna. Have artwork and different things, they're gonna have different events and bring a trailer over there and do some fun art projects on.
Good.
Spruce them up, I guess.
There you go. Anything else?
No,
Human Services will be a written report as well this morning. Let's see, we had a delivery the other day for food.
we have another child welfare out of home placement.
Would say that the out of home placements, are far less than even a county our size would normally have. They do a good job of avoiding those where they can.
Okay.
Should be tapering off. All right, you good, sir, with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just sent Vernon a text, because he didn't say he wasn't gonna be here either.
Yeah, he asked us.
He did, he came in
Oh, he did?
personally and asked to be excused. He's working on some Tyler.
Yeah, we know emergency management is not.
So we do have an IT report from Vernon.
Yeah.
Big things are the sheriff's GIS and Tyler conversion from OmniGo. He's got, he's working on a big project of all the, all IT hardware, getting that all gathered up and having one list, all serial numbers and all software that everybody uses on each computer. Passwords, whatever it is, that we have, big database of all that.
And anything from you, sir?
No.
All right. I did skip finance. My apologies.
Finance has kicked to Redlands Accounting and Advisory report for this
Yeah.
meeting.
Emergency management will be a written report as well. We go faster that way.
Short. Please.
And so just comment on a couple here. They're offering the 100, 700 classes to teach those. To the individuals that need that. And they're moving ahead with the badging to the salamander. Including the inventory, radio inventory and things of that nature.
I've nothing on that report.
Okay.
I'm good with it. Nothing different.
And Reggie is not with us today either, so CSU extension. Some comments in there on the Custer County Conservation District meeting and those members submitting their names for weed board.
Mhm.
And they will also be giving us a letter in regards to the bylaws. And she does ask if that was sent to Brittany, but it was, and Brittany informed me yesterday that that IGA will be on their agenda, their next agenda.
Fremont County's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Looks good.
And she thanks you for helping her with transportation.
Yeah, so that. Not a big.
Did you send Dorothy a text by chance?
I did, I heard that.
Do her,
No, yeah, you can.
do her with her thing.
Yeah, she's got a number of things on here.
Okay.
She could probably.
Just move it down.
So we will let her report when she comes with that other stuff. So that will take us to new business. We have no unfinished business. New business, first one would be the Redlands Accounting report. Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, I'm just gonna give you a brief update on where I am and what I've done. I've been working, I think it's been about 3 weeks now that we've been working on this project. I've gone through and I've focused on the fund financial statements. So when you look at the audited financial statements, the fund financial statements are all those ones that have budget to actual schedules. So I've gotten through all the current liabilities for the county, just about, and I've posted about, so far I have proposed adjustments that I've put together, and there are about 55 of them. So that gets fund balance to agree to last year's audited financial statements, so you have a good starting place. And then I've gone through and identified all of the accounts payable for each of the funds. And I've done that by looking through 2024 information and then some 2023 information in December to see if the cutoff is right at the end of the year, to try to get your expenses where they need to be. As I've done that, I've also looked through the GL detail. So what I've done is gone into CIC, downloaded general ledger detail into Excel so that I can filter it, looked for significant items, and then analyzed individual account balances to identify areas where there are significant variances from either budget or prior year, and then dug into that detail to see if there or strange items, anything pops out. So I've identified things that are posted to incorrect funds or items that are in wrong account line items.
Was there anything really blew out on you, like you said, extraordinarily?
Anything extraordinarily large, I haven't seen. I've identified areas where, particularly with the credit card accounts, where you pull up and the support is a credit card statement instead of attached receipts. So I'm noting those as I go through too.
Misfiled or a machine problem?
I think in that case, I think it's just information not getting uploaded into the system. So I'm keeping a list of those as well to send out to the applicable department and say, do you have additional support for this? Because when the auditor comes in, a credit card statement will tell you line items, but you can't really tell what was purchased or what purpose it was for.
Or even what department it might have been.
Yeah. So, this week I've wrapped up some of that accounts payable testing. And this week while I'm on site, I've started looking at the revenues and receivables. And I think that will be considerably easier to test that cutoff at the end of the year. So I'm camped out in the treasurer's office today, looking at receipts and making sure the accounts receivable is correct. One of the areas on that side where I'm still waiting on information is in grants. So each of the departments is putting together their grant information, all their requests for reimbursement, and the grant agreements that they have so that we can make sure those are all accounted for correctly. And I'm still waiting on that information. So I think I'll probably have to come back in another week or two and finish up that grant information. I don't think it would be time effective to try to upload all that information, look at it remotely. So I'll come back and finish that.
Is there, how many, what's the magnitude of the grant problem?
Grants, I don't have any grant agreements so far. So I'm waiting on all the grants from the departments.
You have an idea how many to expect?
There should be a lot, like just if you look at, DHS, I don't necessarily need all their grant agreements. I'll look for their requests for reimbursements. They're entirely grant funded, just about. Public health, they have tons of grants. So I need to look at all that information, their requests for reimbursements. Sheriff's office has some grants. So I'll have to look through the treasurer's department too today and see if she has information about receipts. But if there are additional grant receipts that aren't included in the treasurer's office, then I'll also need that information from the department. So that's a pretty big task.
You have stuff from last year that was flagged though, right? On that
For
grants. I mean, it ought to be a start on what.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I know what grants they have out there. I'm just looking for what information did you have during 2023? What were your requests for reimbursement? Did you get all the money that you were supposed to, or is there some giant receivable out there that you've expended the money and you haven't received the money yet?
Yeah.
So I'm looking for that.
DHS are just a flow through.
Mm-hmm.
They're a different grant than what we have with public health or OEM that it's applied for. Maybe it's a one-time deal, maybe it's only good for 3 years, whatnot. That's a completely different information flow because they have to do different reporting than what DHS has to do. So
Yeah, and DHS is different because the state gives you money or the state provides benefits, and then they give you a report that says, this is what we've done for your county and this is what you need to account for. And then they do a settlement regularly where they reimburse the county for admin costs. So the big work with DHS is making sure that everything is in the right line item, that all the grants are recognizing all their revenues and expenses and that they offset, and that the receipts have all been posted to the correct account. So what ends up happening is they do a monthly reconciliation at DHS, but then when they get their settlement checks, it might not be applied against the receivable from the state. So you end up with this huge receivable that's not real because you have the money, but it just was posted to a different account. So that's the challenge with DHS. For the leases, I believe I've collected a lot of the leases, if not all of them. Kelly provided a bunch of them, and then Vernon's provided a couple more. That calculation really isn't hard for the leases. It's really gathering all of them together and making sure you have all of them. It's the challenge. And then I think I have talked to Vernon about the GASB 96, which is the software, and I think there will only be one or two of those that are applicable. The other big thing we're working on for those big long-term liabilities and receivables is the accrued compensated absences and getting that straightened out. I have a report from Vernon, but it looks like information in CIC has been incorrect. So some expenses, I think, have been doubled up there.
On
So
what?
the accrued compensated absences, so PTO, which I believe you guys started PTO a year ago.
In June or July, something like that. or-
Yeah. So PTO, and then there's still sick and vacation pay sitting there, so we have to figure out what those numbers actually are, or if anything's been doubled up, or if it's accurate. So that's really on the long-term liabilities, I think that's the biggest challenge.
Yeah, and in the meantime, and I'll just add, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Vernon's worked on and has gotten all the Fair Board stuff into 2023 where it's supposed to be. We'll be looking at that, reimbursing the Fair Board for all the expenses that they spent at the end of the month's AP run. DHS is all caught up for 23 now. And then we are just finding a lot of information that is put into CIC either wrong or clicked wrong. And so all this training that we did this week, the start of this week, and what we'll be doing next week, we've just added to a list of things that we need to correct, fix, repair, and maintain better on a
Training to the departments, you mean?
training to the departments, training for Vernon, training for Jen. Modules that we had and had purchased, but we didn't have access to them, so those have been opened up to us. We're allowing all of our people that get into CIC more reporting abilities, so they'll be able to pull a more proper report, so they know where they're at with their finances. We
You have
got
a good turnout on that, people paying
yeah, I
attention.
think so, and Virginia's more happy about what she is seeing. We have found out that in order to upload receipts, when you start putting your vouchers in, you need to open up the program to put your receipts into first. Or otherwise, once you put the vouchers in, if you don't have that open, it's not, for some reason, you think you're uploading your receipts, but they're not getting attached. So we've discovered that we're just gonna have to do our workflow a little bit different. But, and we're sending emails out to all the staff that gets in there that, hey, this is what you're gonna need to do. So we can start capturing all those receipts better. So,
But you can correct it if you did make that mistake, right?
yeah,
You have to start over,
Yeah.
redo it.
yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys have questions for me? I think we've got about 3 weeks until you want everything to be ready for the auditor.
May 1st, yeah.
Yeah, so. I
And we
think
would
that-
probably have till the middle of May, because he needs 60 days before the middle of July to meet us here. But May 1st was
Mhm.
just a good day to go for.
Shoot for it.
And, yeah, so. And he's, Sam Denardo is very pleased with the work that we're doing, getting ready for him, so he's got a lot less time in it for us.
Yeah.
Yes,
And Vernon is starting to get packages in on the grants, so. But it just hasn't been forwarded to you quite yet.
yeah. And it's a big job. Get all that stuff together.
But they are working on it, both, especially Rhonda and Jennifer Creedy, because those are probably the
Big
two
grant eaters.
that are outside of just pass through state
Right.
funding them, so.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So get them in line, and we're on, sorry about that. Go ahead.
So, we feel, between talking to Lisa here and Vernon, that we are on schedule to meet that May 1st deadline. And then the next project would be start going through 24 and start reconciling cash, payroll, all that stuff to every count, and just go through the month, and then We've got 3 dates picked out to start doing quarterly. I do a quarterly, so January, February, March, quarterly review. And then that'll happen in May, and then we'll do June, July. I think in July, we'll do a 6-month one, a 6-month review, and then we'll do a 75% review sometime in October, right before
We have to do the budget.
we finally do the budget. But if everything goes right and we hand over July 31st to the state, our audit and whatever letter we need from Custer County to go with it, then starting August 1st, we will pull 2025 budget worksheets for every department. We'll start working on budget August 1st. So,
It'll be a lot easier to put it together because we're doing it every quarter, basically.
right, yeah. And we'll start reconciling monthly, so that'll help a lot too.
Hey, does the sheriff have any problems with CIC now? Good.
I think he is better, but now that Mike De Laurentiis has maybe taken over some of that stuff, we'll get him trained up and get him, and I know that Vernon's already had a meeting with both him and the undersheriff, and he's had several other meetings with the undersheriff, walking her through the budget,
They
their
never
process.
really had the training, so to speak.
Right.
And how about the assessor?
Assessor seems to be rolling fine through with
Module is there, is good.
his stuff, but it all depends on what the state ends up doing and what, slinging things back last minute. That's probably causes more problems. And then how fast CIC can react to that and change their program to adjust to that. So I haven't heard anything from the assessor as how CIC is working for him. I would take it that he'd be raising his hands up and saying,
He'd
I've
be
got a
pretty
problem.
happy. I was talking to him yesterday.
So, I don't wanna assume there, so I'll ask him again on what he's planning on doing there, but.
Okay.
He could break away and do something different. That works a little bit different for him, but between the treasurer and finance, we'd have to be the same.
Right. So are we getting what we paid for now? That was one of the issues. We paid for stuff that we never, and you mentioned opening up some things.
Yeah, so we've got an asset management list that's in there that we need to start propagating. We need to start putting, and HR needs to, some of this is some
Yeah,
HR functions, right? Is having everybody classified correctly in CIC. So time clock and all the other modules, everything works behind the scenes like it's supposed to. And there's been just a lot of conflicting errors between the two of them because information wasn't input or maintained on a consistent basis, so. And then, UMB, we're still working on UMB.
You haven't hit with Kirkpatrick yet.
That way you will have to work on Kirkpatrick after we hand this audit stuff for 23 over to Sam Denardo.
Are we gonna be able to pass the audit without Kirkpatrick being finished? See how that works.
Well, so the bill's been paid. The money's been paid. Now we gotta go back and see where are we gonna take this money from? We paid the money. Money got spent. Whether it was
And we haven't,
correct or not, or whether we have all the receipts or not, we'll have to go back through and we'll have to find out.
when you're the auditor type of person, how do you view that? Is that?
How much was that balance paid off?
There was 16,000 in interest and late payments, and maybe some other cost in there, and then there was probably about another $16,000 for final balance.
So we're gonna be able to pass an audit, not
I
having
think
that
so.
reconciled and knowing who mischarged and whether we straightened it up.
I think so. I'm gonna go through next week and take that general ledger detail that I talked about and just filter for any credit card payments and identify where you might need to pull in invoices and stuff for the auditor, but as long as you have support for whatever you did, I think you'll pass an audit.
And then we have to know if we are owed money back from somebody that didn't account for it, right? I mean, I don't know how to handle that. We need to understand the bigger picture.
Yeah, I guess if you went through and thought that something wasn't spent correctly by the county, that it wasn't really a county expense, then you
Because
have to
by
figure
our
that
own
out too.
resolutions, if the payment's made wrong, the employees got held accountable.
Mm-hmm,
So we gotta make sure we're clean there with what we say and what we're doing.
yeah, and that's where I'm gonna go through and try to identify any material items that you have out there that don't have that support, because that would be a red flag. You wanna make sure that you have something in CIC saying this is what we bought and this is why we bought it.
Right.
Some receipt from a vendor.
So some of what we're starting to realize too, between HR, Lisa, Vernon, myself, is there was a great effort. I don't know when, probably when HR and John Paquette's accounting skills got dumped on Donna Hobby. Then after that, we started decentralizing both HR and finance into each individual department. So then I think what happened between Kirkpatrick cards and UMB cards, they tried to centralize the UMB cards. And that centralizing didn't get taken care of appropriately, and that's why we had some bills that didn't get paid on UMB towards the end of last year. So now we're trying to discuss, what do we want to allow that be decentralized? And what do we want to have centralized? Because if we centralize it all, then we build a big HR finance department, and then we got these department heads not doing as much. So we're working through, what does that look like? And that may take some time of, okay, we do this, we centralize this part and we decentralize this, but oh, wait a minute, we got these problems here that we didn't foresee that now we see. So we'll have to work through some of that stuff. But we don't have a big enough budget or big enough departments to centralize it all.
No, we can't.
So
And
some of it
it's
has to
useful
be
to have the
on.
managers and the leaders understanding what they're spending. Also helps them.
Right,
And they need to be holding their people accountable and make sure the credit card's balanced.
right. Yeah, finance can't be in charge of every receipt. And I think they were for UMB towards the end of last year, and that just couldn't.
Yeah.
That was a disaster if you didn't have enough people to manage that, so.
Yeah, okay. If you're happy. Are you
I'm happy.
Look at her smiling and
Okay,
so.
All right.
thank you.
So then the next project would be a 2 months, start going through 24s. Stuff, and that would start May 1st, so. Second or whatever, the following week, whatever. Saturday.
Good.
okay,
I don't
well,
have
thank
any
you,
question.
thanks.
Wait a minute.
No.
Do we wanna-
Just a
We
consideration.
Probably do a little bit.
Okay. Jimmy,
The Jim McMahon. So reconciling the books in 2023 and getting past this audit, that's the priority that we have. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
So how do we do that if the CAS we didn't get a balance? We didn't balance the 2 previous years, and is that right or wrong? Maybe I'm wrong there, maybe my thought is wrong. But how do you reconcile the books? You just start over like January 1st, 2023, and then you go forward?
So do you want me to answer?
Yeah, yeah.
So for 2022, I took the audited financial statements and said, these are good. The auditor said, in his opinion, these are fairly stable. So I took those beginning balances, matched them to what is in CIC to make sure that all of the adjustments that the auditor said need to be made, got made, and that all of the balances in CIC at December 31st, 2022 matched the audited financial statements. And then I looked at 2023 and said, okay, the beginning fund balance at 2023, so that's the equity you're going into the year with, that's your net assets and liabilities, those need to match last year's audited financial statements. So I went through first thing and made sure those match. And then we can go through and go forward through 2023 and just test 2023 balances. Does that make sense?
It does. So when was this software installed? Was it a few years ago?
20 to 21, somewhere in there.
So was it properly managed from that point? Did it start off right?
I think that they had difficulties, from my understanding, implementing the software and getting it to work right, and that's why your audit's been incredibly expensive, because you had problems in the software, everybody didn't know how to do everything correctly, and you had a lot of turnover. So then the auditor comes in and they end up testing everything, testing far beyond what they would ordinarily test, because at that point, everything's high risk, and doing a lot more adjustments than they should have, and that takes a long time to do, and so that just increases your audit expenses. So really, a lot of that falls on the auditor if it doesn't get done correctly during the year.
Right, so that looks pretty clean. That looks like Sam DiNardo did a really good job with all the receipts. He goes through every receipt and looks at all of it and makes sure it's all accountable.
I think based on the adjusting journal entries that he had and the audit findings, my guess would be that he really lowered the scope on the audit and did a lot of testing to be adjusting balances as small as he did. So he went in and did a lot of small detailed adjustments that tell me that he lowered the scope of the audit and did a lot of work in that, just from my observation.
And that would be
That
just a
feels
question
like
too,
that.
is that why the cost for that particular audit was way higher than the rest of them have been in the past?
Yeah, because it's all based on time. The auditor generally comes up with an estimate for this is how much the audit should cost. But if they have to go outside of their scope and do a lot more testing or drop the scope, because generally auditors come in and say, okay, this is what's material to be able to say the financial statements are fairly presented. If they come in and there are a lot of adjustments to be made, then it lowers that scope and they end up testing a lot more smaller balances and looking at a lot more detail just to make sure that they cover the risk that they've identified. So it increases the cost because it takes a significant number of hours for them to be able to do that.
Gotcha. So going forward, it looks like we're gonna be good, huh? The other years, we don't even need to look at anymore.
No, we still don't.
I think if you identify something that's high risk, if the county identifies something, then they can go back through and
We may still have to chase a rabbit in
look
some
at,
cases.
yeah.
But the good news is, the company CIC got sold in the meantime and the training changed. And we didn't, and nobody got properly trained in the first place. And so now that's different because they are now, we recognize the problem. So we're probably gonna still have some other issues that we're gonna have to chase back and balance.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you might
that's
identify
that's one thing I was looking at and concerned about is just did we account for that money with receipts and different things? My next question is, at 5,000 a week or whatever it is, are we going to find a licensed CPA person that's qualified to come in and be the hub of the county?
I think we
You
need.
must be, you must read the Sentinel.
Yeah, we need to straighten that out. That was a mistake. It's not 5,000 a week.
Well, whatever, it doesn't matter, that's just what I heard.
It does matter because 5,000 a week is more than
Yeah, but
I make.
It doesn't matter, though. What that individual does is the hub of the county.
Right,
Is the finance, and if you can't keep your books straight, you can't do anything.
that's exactly right.
You can't come up with a budget, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
That person is so important. And I watched you guys a couple of years ago, you and Kevin and Tom Flower on a video. And you guys were, something jaw struck you and you go, wow, that finance department's really important.
It is.
It's pretty cool. It's on the tape, but at the end of the day, we recognized that several years ago. And we got to this point where when Lucas comes in, he's thinking the county is pretty simple. It's like a tax man. Remember you told me that? And it's just like doing taxes. What have you learned from your experience in this ordeal?
A lot of cans got kicked down the road and it was, I've heard a lot of comments, hey, in the past, it was, don't worry about it, the auditor will catch it.
Yeah.
Auditor will take care of it. We don't need to take care of it now, we can take care of it later. And now we're taking care of it. So
So it's gonna cost quite a bit of money.
it's gonna cost
to
more
have-
than if it would have just been done
Yeah.
properly the first time.
So that's where I'm at. We had a person in there for the 2 years that the software, I think, was being managed. I think he had a food specialty license or something.
That's all in the past, sir.
Oh, it is.
Okay,
You're right,
so-
but let's get it straight though,
We're
Kevin.
straight.
We're gonna get this stuff straightened out, or I'm gonna.
We are
call for a
straightening this
special-
stuff out, so.
Right, but let's look at so we don't repeat this.
Mhm.
So is
What
the
happened?
accountant being a professional hub of the county person that can work with the HR, work with the head, manage the double entry and absolutely when Sam DiNardo comes in, it's not 85,000, it's maybe 20 grand. So we're saving a lot of money there, right? At the end of the day, are we really getting well, or are we just gonna get over this little bump in the road and go back to business as usual?
No, I
That's
think,
my concern.
no, I think we're still trying to divide out the HR and scope of the county and the finance scope of the county. And what does that particularly look like, especially with HR? Because we can all say finance is the hub, finances, but we had a bigger risk with HR overall than we did with our finances.
Okay, look, that's where I'm at. I'm not real brilliant, but I ran a few companies. The HR is the significant part of that hub. A lot of money goes through HR.
That's right.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not devaluating that. I'm just saying, are we going to have a qualified, smart enough person hired? When Lisa goes, I'm done, I'm out, we got you.
Well,
we may make the decision that Lisa never fully goes away. Because some of my thought is accounting is a very specific, very task-oriented role. There's a lot of accountants out there that never want to do anything about running a business. Well, I don't want an accountant in here that can't run the county's finances. They're just accounting and just have that person as our sole person. So let's look at, you have a good financial person that knows very well bookkeeping skills. And then you back that person up with Lisa being able to come here. Then it's a double check. She's on contract. She comes in on February, the third week in February, and she looks at January's books for 24 and goes, yep, these are all done correctly. She gives us a report that goes out to the community, and the community goes, well, that's our first check. We're gonna have the audited check later. So now we're double checking everything that we do through a year. If I just hire an accountant, and let's say I get that $150,000 accountant, they're gonna be sitting here going, yeah, I kind of like it here. I make enough money, but there's $300,000 offers over there for my specific skill set.
So
Because there is a lot of stress, there is a lot of overreaching things that I think even if we'd hired Lisa full-time as our finance director, she'd be like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with anything but the accounting portion of it.
could be, and I'll pile on here too. We're committed, all three of us are committed to making sure that the finance is handled correctly. A director that is qualified has to be hired, period. That's one of the reasons we got Lisa here too, is make sure that we get the handover and the training of that new director in here. And so we're going to discuss the update of that job description and reposting as part of our agenda today. Because we haven't said we're done and we found everything, because we're learning all the time, and this board here, I am, and for sure, and I know Lucas and Kevin are committed to understanding that this kick the can down the road stuff that happened in the past never going to happen again, and we're going to have a department that's world class. I keep saying that. It works with all the departments, part of the finance process. You've heard it today. It's not any longer just people out there saying, well, the finance department will tell me what I'm going to do and they'll tell me how much money I got. They're going to be involved in that as well in the year. So building that budget is going to be a lot better, and everybody's participating. That's why it's critical we get CIC working correctly. If that's the software we're going to stay with, or find something else. And we're definitely going to hire somebody that has to come in here. And then, like Lucas said, maybe we bring in a spot check auditor once in a while. That's a neat thing to do, because sometimes you get complacent with what you think you get used to the same thing over and over, and you start missing things. So it's nice to have a spot audit, and especially now.
And I see that. I know it's a train wreck. I know it is. Okay, there's no doubt about it. When you're implementing credit cards and doing things of that nature, not being able to. And then reading the audits, it's beyond me on how some of what Sam DiNardo said, I put it in here and it comes out over here.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to stop and fix that.
Yeah.
So
that's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing. That's where we're at. We're starting 2023. And the previous couple years is pretty much, it is what it is, because they weren't qualified.
Well,
We
The
had
accounting of that
one
money,
that
that
wasn't.
account, that accounting of that money doesn't need to happen.
what do you mean when you say a qualified audit? So
We had one.
all audits are audits. We have a qualified opinion for 23 because we couldn't take the stack of lease information and provide it. So that was the qualified opinion. All you can't do is you didn't provide the packet of information on the leases. I know you have them because you're making the payments, but you don't have you don't have the receipts. You don't have right? So that was what the qualified audit is.
Oh, that was
for
the only issue.
23. That was the only qualified opinion.
But there are issues, you're right, we have to
Okay.
fix.
And
We're trying to fix.
those issues never go off the report.
Right,
They just, the status changes. Did we get this fixed? Did we get this corrected? Did we improve on it? Or did we go backwards with it? But those, from talking to Sam DiNardo and a couple other, looking at a couple other financial reports, those don't go off. Those never disappear. They don't delete and go, okay, now that, so that qualified opinion is gonna stay there. It's just the status of that opinion is going to change as, yep, this has been satisfied. You gave me the packet of receipts, Lucas, for the leases.
yeah, and that
for the
happened on
county.
all the previous ones.
Right, so you guys, the three of you basically are responsible for the money going out. So you basically are reviewing the receipts and tracking the money. And you know it's all been handled well. Whether it's a little sloppy and hadn't been taken care of, we know it's all.
And we're fixing the process, as you heard, we're having quarterly reviews of the budget, we never did that, and when I first got here, I asked for starting to do that, we started to do it mid-year, and now we're gonna do it. With the right equipment, we can do it quarterly, and everybody can be held accountable.
Yeah.
How, and we understand how the money's being spent, and that we are spending.
Right, so Vern is in there in the county deal, so he's learning it quite a bit too, so he can train people. Is
Right,
that what I'm hearing?
that and he understands the software and the CIC system probably better than anybody else in the county right now. So he's helping people understand it, train it, getting people to go, okay, this is what you need to do, so your receipts will show up. I mean, as Vernon and I are going back through there, we're like, why didn't these receipts upload? Because we have them. Why didn't they upload? Oh, it's just a workflow. It's just a weird glitch within CIC that you've got to process has got to come up first. And then you can do this, you can enter it and upload your receipts. And so, and we're getting there where people go, I've never been trained on this and never knew it. So
Right.
our system was working at 40–50%, both HR and finance, and that it just system was failing throughout. You know, Vern was there through the transition of going from Avenue, which was the old software, into CIC, and then, okay, we've converted, we're on this new software. Don Hobby goes, I'm out. I like my old ledger sheets. She's out, she left. Braden got hired, or the new finance director got hired. And then I think what maybe happened is, all right, Vernon, you go back to IT. This person's supposed to be able to take this and go on. And it's a huge system. It's a big, we just didn't have enough people focused on it for a long enough time to get all the kinks worn out of it and really learn the system fully so that we could truly transfer over.
Yeah.
And then we just didn't have enough people.
The complexity and the knowledge of it. This gal sitting in that chair right there is the caliber of person that was required in that job, not a hamburger flipper. And that's what we had. So there is where we dropped the ball.
Well, and we probably.
So now we recognize the situation of the complexity of all the bookkeeping, because this is serious. This is so serious, I don't know where it's really gonna go. But the accountability is gonna be made. I think we got it going on. So, yeah, that is the caliber of person you have to have. Somebody of like Leonard Rigo's status, not quite 40 years of it, but.
Right.
That caliber of person, is not just a tax person.
Right.
That person knows all about finance.
Right.
It's actually the finance director.
Mhm.
So anyways,
We need to
sorry
move
for
on. We
taking
still
up
have a
your
lot
time.
on the
And
agenda.
that's why we're having these meetings, so thanks for
Cool,
bringing it
thanks.
up.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Anybody else, I guess?
Go ahead, Jim.
So Lucas, it sounds to me like you just said that the entire sky is falling brouhaha with the 22 audit. The sky isn't falling. It was a stack of papers that were not available, which really ended up with the qualification. The observations, of course, none of them were qualified. So, I mean, this whole thing, Little has left the building. No pun intended.
Yeah, it wasn't a qualified audit, it's a qualified opinion
Observation, yeah.
on, or our observation
Right.
on the audit. There was some other material deficiencies as well, reconciling of payroll and cash on a monthly basis. And that is the next project that we need to go through. This is what's helped me realize one person probably being in that position is not going to be enough. Even Sam DiNardo sat here during his presentation last September, October, said 2 to 3 people. Right now, we're at 1.5 plus. We have Redlands now, so we're at that 2.5. The problem is we're also trying to build an HR department that really needs to be separated from it. And
an
on
IT
and on and on. So the sky was falling as far as HR and finance departments and really getting to doing 100% of the work and meeting the thresholds that we needed to match or going above the bar, but that was the sky was falling, not putting in the information. Well, now we have it. So that should go away fairly easy. We've got a consultant that's helping us work through that. So.
Yeah, I will point out, Jim,
I
wait a
have
minute,
one more comment.
wait a second, I wanna.
Well, just a second. Let him make his comment and then you can have the
This is,
floor.
well,
'Cause
I'm
he's
answering
right.
that same question that Lucas tried.
Okay,
I
go
don't
ahead.
move.
It wasn't a question, it was a statement.
Well,
Okay, hold up a minute.
Last comment I wanted to make is about the CIC or program business. Everybody knows that all programs are only as good as the experts you have in-house to troubleshoot and operate it. So you could have Word in everybody's workstation, but if nobody knows the ins and outs of Word, it's not gonna be as efficient as it could be.
correct. Google
So
Suite,
it's,
same way.
yeah, and it's the same thing with anything else, no matter how complicated it is. If you don't have someone who understands the ins and outs of CIC, you're not gonna get the performance you need. And that's the other statement you made was there were things that you didn't see that you had to do to get things up.
That's right.
That's the end of my comments on this part.
Thanks.
yeah, the only other thing I'll point out, Jim, you brought up a good point, is it was a qualified opinion. We were late, we had to ask for an extension from July to the end of, what is it, September or whatever the deadline is. You can only do that once, and that's one of the reasons what we have the goal here for. We cannot even ask for an extension this year. It's important that we did what we've done and that we put the focus and the urgency on us getting the opinions fixed so that we had an audit that we could pass.
Well, make no
So-
mistake. I
So that's
fully
not, when
applaud
the
this.
sky is falling, it was real, because we've had examples, and I brought it up before, where just missing the date was enough for the state to say, we're gonna take over your grants. I forget what county it was, but anyway, we got a good team now, we got a good perspective, we got a board that understands the magnitude of the job and the reason we need a qualified finance department.
Make no mistake, what you're doing now, I totally applaud, is exactly what should have been
That's
done.
right.
The problem was the sky is falling has to do with the audit of 22 and the reaction there too, which was very disappointing. Not your reaction to it, the public's reaction.
Maybe so.
End of story. Sorry.
Okay, Jim.
Jim Shaplin. I know there's a lot of people out there that recognize this problem with you and told you how to fix it and expect you to snap your fingers and do it, and that hasn't happened, so they're still upset. but I've talked to you apart from these meetings and stuff here. I see what you're doing and I really appreciate it because you're coming in to fix things. You're not coming in to do something in 3 months, 6 months, you're gonna say, oh, no, we didn't do that right. I believe that when you are done, this will be fixed and we won't have to worry about it again. And I appreciate the effort you're taking.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
And one comment about that, Jim, is that when we're done fixing, we've got to maintain,
That's right.
right? It's just like a vehicle. If you don't maintain it, you don't keep it up, you don't replace the parts that need to be replaced, or don't go, hey, we need to make this upgrade so that we can take on, or the training or the learning that we need to do. Cause something someday we'll have a different rule besides, we won't be talking about GASB 87 and 96 anymore. We'll be talking about 120 and 400 and they're coming. So no, appreciate the comment. Thank you, Jim.
We're short on time, but I'm gonna make one more.
It's your thing.
Good, my turn.
Your turn.
Speaking to that, what you just said, and in reference to comments that were made earlier and in past meeting. We, as a county, have hired multiple people, multiple times. And put them in a position. And did not provide that training. It's not necessarily, because there's no perfect person, and I'll restate that for anything. But when you put somebody in there and they need that training and you don't provide that training, they're starting off behind the 8 ball already. And that is something that historically we have done here. And that is one of the processes that we need to change and make sure that we train these people up so they understand what they're doing and know what the steps are that they need to take. And we need to make sure that they get that training and not just say, well, this is your job now, go do it. We have to provide the maintenance work to that. So, and I'll shut up now because we are on a tight time schedule.
All right. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Lisa, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're gonna go ahead and do accounts payable real quick, and then you can kind of do your report and we'll move right into your other items. So we kind of skipped over you while you were busy over there. I seen you had a line out the door.
Been that way all morning.
My apologies.
So we've been looking at different reports within CIC to do a better job of reporting, and we're gonna have CIC work on a custom report for us that goes before the county commissioners. So I had to do 2 of them together to give you the information. I like it done by fund, but if you do it by fund, it doesn't give you all the vendors don't show up then. So that's why you've got an approval one by vendor as well. So if you need to look up any information, you can go to the second one, find it on there.
Yeah, because you get the additional information when you go by, a lot of times, if you go just by vendor, you don't see who's doing the spending on that, and you go by the fund, and then you can see the breakdown on that as well. Especially on some of these where we have shared accounts. Any questions on any of this?
So both of them came up with the same goal, didn't they?
Mhm.
So it worked.
Yes. Oh, and I guess the fair board was in this one, so
Yeah.
sorry, it wasn't the end of.
Yeah.
I was thinking of a different one that's gonna hit the end of the.
So the accounts payable are grand total $142,648.75.
That's correct, with $101,444 being for the sheriff's department's 224 police vehicles, out of capital outlay.
Right, that hit this time.
Yes, it
Yeah,
did.
you can see that in there.
Okay, so I move that we approve the accounts payable report as you presented in both formats. And I like that.
Ben, it'll be hopefully together here in a month or two.
Yeah, probably a way of putting them in the same block.
Yeah, yep, that's what we're hoping for.
And that will be for a total of 142,648.75. I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion on the floor to approve the accounts payable in the sum of $142,648.75. Any further discussion on that?
No, sir.
Okay, those in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Aye, that motion carries. Dorothy, if you'd like to join us, if you would like to give us a quick, you have a report for us, or do you want?
I do, or we can.
Give us what's
Slide
important in
past
your
it, yeah.
report.
If we can give you that, and then we can move on into your other items. Thank you.
Just to run through my report real quick, I did not realize until this morning, and I apologize when I printed this off, that we did not, break it down, the financials down by zoning permit, septic permit, use tax. So I will work with Delana on how to do that and have a clearer report for you. I did validate that the total income is correct at $79,164.69 year to date so far. So all that is validated. I just need to sit with Delana and show her how to break that down. And the reason we're have to do these calculations is because we went to a different credit card processing system. And in an effort to try to streamline all under one system, instead of trying to put things in two different systems, we decided just to use run every payment that we take in our office through that system, which we thought would be the greatest thing in the world. But now we just need to figure out how to get the two systems to talk. So we will work through that, and I will have a cleaner report for you guys next month.
That's sort of the unintended consequences there.
Yes.
If you find out and you go, something.
And I'm not gonna go through this in as detail as I had intended to. This is a partial summary of what has been brought up in the past in both the board meeting and the Board of Health meeting as our homeless camp in town, in the county. We have been working on it. There's been documentation on a lot of this stuff back to 2016 is the oldest piece of document on the 4 lots that I did have a chance to research. And I'm going to continue the research. We are working that. All of the people, that whole area, and I've attached maps for you. It is out in Silver Cliff Heights. And if you look at the maps, you can see which parcels kind of show that it may be a concern from a health standpoint. We do have issues with people with no septics out there and or the septic not being connected to the home. It is not that we're not addressing those things. In some cases, we've been told not to go any further with addressing those situations, and I'll let you guys read through that in an effort to try to get through my report. Maybe that's something we can talk about at a later date in more detail, and I'll bring the rest of the information from the other lots that appear to be a concern.
So this would be a health department issue too, then sanitarian.
Correct, but it's been brought up in the board meeting
Right.
too, and I wanted it on record that we are addressing the issues.
Yeah.
The best that we can possible.
Okay, so this is also the Heights.
Yes, so that's
There's
where.
a big rumor going around about a rainbow trail camp, and I can't imagine that even being true. Have you heard that?
No, Rainbow
Up
Trail.
on Rainbow Trail, some homeless
And from what I've been told from the sheriff's department, if it's the same situation, and I have to go back and look at my notes, it is actually, is that right on the Custer County, Fremont County line? The issues are on the Fremont County line and we can't deal with that.
But there is something out there.
That's my understanding, yes, but the sheriff's department is not addressing that because it is more on the Fremont County line than our line. If it's where I'm thinking of.
Ask.
And I didn't want, that's something we need to work on, in my opinion, is the communication from the sheriff's department to my department. When they go out and address something like that, if I can be involved from the very get-go, that would be very helpful for me. That way, we're not both spinning our wheels working on the same issue. And I heard that from a resident. I didn't hear it from the sheriff's department. So they may give you a different story, and if that's the case, my apologies, and I will go address it if it is on the Custer County line.
Okay. Good. Well, thanks for bringing this in.
Yep.
Last one's out there.
Like I said, I'll bring some more data in regards to each one of those lots. Most of them are in compliance on everything. We do have some issues.
In Boneyard Park.
This is Silver Cliff Heights. I'm not sure that that's specifically Boneyard. I'm sure Boneyard's about the same situation.
That's Boneyard Park area there.
Looks like it.
This map.
Is Silver Cliff Heights the same as Boneyard?
It might, it dovetails into.
I think
Might be
Boneyard
Boneyard.
further in, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
I know the area. Probably just drawing this circle bigger for Boneyard Park than what it needed to be, so.
Well, that's on my radar, so.
All right.
Okay.
Go through these in depth afterwards.
And I'd be happy to sit down with any of you and go through it and show you what I'm looking at.
Okay.
You did a pretty good job of pointing it out. Thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Questions on this part?
Nope.
Okay, yeah, I'll look at some of this and probably visit with you on some of that.
Thank you.
It's, wait a minute,
And I'm sure you two will contact, so.
there.
On most of these.
All right. Anything on the rest of the report?
No.
No.
Okay. Let's move back then to, we'll go to the next item on our new business, then would be the consideration of the Backwell STR.
And that particular short-term rental was, they had their hearing on April 1st. The planning commission has unanimously sent forth their suggestion for approval. And it was a unanimous, like I said, vote to approve, to recommend approval. The reasons for that,
It's a knot, there's a
Oh.
knot in there, it's a typo.
sorry,
Yeah.
that is a typo. I apologize. I
So
was-
that's, I vote to.
Yes, it is.
And I may have mispronounced that as, okay, it's Bakewell on this, but on the agenda, it's Backwell, so.
It wasn't a unit, it was a unanimous. I was copying and pasting and
No worries. I just wanted to make sure.
Is it typo? Where is the typo? Is it Bakewell or
it's
Backwell?
under Daryl Winland's. I put down vote no,
No, I saw. it.
reason no. Okay.
I'm just looking at the, on the agenda, it has Backwell, and here it's Bakewell, I believe it's Bakewell, correct?
My apologies for that.
Maybe my typo
I
again,
didn't off-
sending
yeah,
it
I
to
didn't
Kelly.
Take it off your email. I didn't.
My
look
bad.
at the-
I'm sorry, I've
But-
been rushing to do everything that I'm doing lately, so. It's BAKEWE.
Like bait.
Apologies. So Justin Giroux voted to approve. Homeowners have a good background. Daryl Windland, I'm gonna have to skip over him. No issues that he could see, I guess was his reason. Mary Mowry she recommends to approve, good location, large property and no opposition. Skip Norcross was vote to recommend to approve. Homeowners have a good background, nice presentation. Keith Hood was to approve, good location, no problem that he can see. This is out in Centennial Ranch off of, can't think of the name of the street. Off of Broken Hand. There's no vacant land around them. There is vacant land around them. It's a 35+ acre parcel. They have it somewhat fenced off.
You got no letters of.
No letters of opposition, no.
They're from Nebraska, people from Nebraska.
You remember?
I shouldn't say that.
We won't hold that against you, no.
All right, I move that we accept the application for the short-term rental from the Jason and Christina Bakewell.
I'll second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the short-term rental application from Bakewell. Discussion.
Not for me, sir.
Good package, thanks.
Yeah, I like them like this.
They did not put any restrictions on that additional than at all.
There were no additional restrictions, no.
Any other discussion? Public
I have one comment. This is Jason Bakewell.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I just heard the Nebraska comment, and while I've been waiting on the meeting, I saw possibly a strange connection. Lucas, my company in Lincoln, Nebraska is right across from Ep Concrete, which it looks like I think their owners are from Henderson, Nebraska as well.
No, I'm not well, not that I know of. I mean, it could be, but I guess I don't keep up with all my relatives.
No connection there. I thought there had to be.
Oh, not that I know of. But
Okay.
yeah. No, I'm just teasing. Most of my family just lives back there. That's where I was born and raised. So I see you, Jim.
Okay, that's my only comment.
I appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks to planning and zoning for all the help with our application.
No, appreciate you working with them as well.
Okay, nothing else on the table, public comment. Nothing from here. Nadine, do you have a comment on this?
Yes, not on this. It was when Lisa from Redlands was speaking.
Too late.
Okay, you'll have to bring that then here in a minute when we go back to public comment. Open
Okay.
public comment. Sorry about that. I did not catch your hand at that time.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right. Not seeing any other hands online, so those in favor of approving the Bakewell short-term rental permit signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries. We get done with these, I'll have to get you to update our numbers for us.
And your numbers on.
The different zones that these are in and where we're at on those. So, we can do it when we get done with all of them here.
Okay.
Or later, you can come up.
If I can send that out to you in email, that'd be awesome.
That would be great.
Okay.
Just for our information and to kind of know where we're at. Next item would be the consideration of the Lawson STR.
This was also on the April 1st hearing of the Planning Commission. This was a vote to recommend approval with additional conditions. That there be no more than 2 vehicles. Any change in management will be cause for Planning Commission review. No smoking outside, and pets must be kept on a leash. The vote was not unanimous. There was 4 ayes and 1 nay. Justin Giroux voted to recommend approval. The reason was owner okay with trial period. They need the income, and I feel that they will address any issues. Daryl Winland voted no to recommend. His reason was that it was a very small property, concerns about wildfire. Many neighbors are against the approval. Mary Mowry voted to approve. The agent actually, her reason was that the agent lives across the street. Skip Northcross was voted to recommend, and his reason was they seem very careful with their rules. Keith Hood was to recommend approval. I do not have, he said he did not have any concerns about the size.
So he does.
He does,
Yeah.
sorry. He does have concerns about the property, but I feel that he will be responsive to the neighbors' concerns. Need to mark the property boundaries and add no smoking to the house rules.
How come the boundaries weren't a condition there?
Because it's a very small lot up in.
No. Yeah, you say additional conditions is not, the property boundary is not one of them.
Those were the only conditions that they came back with.
Even
When they
though
made
Keith
their
said the
motion.
conditions were property boundary.
And it was a concern of his, yes.
Okay. He let it go just those without the property being, okay.
We had the property boundary issue on the last one. I think that it might be prudent if we went to approve this, that we add that
I
to
can
the
do that.
conditions. It sounds like due to his comment that the boundaries are not marked real clearly at this time.
Yeah, I would go ahead and agree with that. All right, for the discussion, I move that we approve this request for the STR with the given, with the conditional conditions, including the property boundaries we have.
Motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
So I have a motion on the floor then to approve the Lawson short-term rental application with the addition of marking the property boundary lines.
And the additional conditions requested. by
Along
the
with-
Commission.
Along with
Yes, as well as the conditions put on by the planning commission. Discussion.
So the agent that manages it lives across the street,
There is a realtor that lives across the street that is their property manager.
but this application shows that the person that has a Rye, Colorado.
And it is Rye,
Oh, it is.
yes.
All right.
It's the St. Charles area down
Okay.
in San Isabel.
I got you.
All depends on which office the mail truck.
Yes.
And then I noticed that all the summary of the letters received, they are all they're all part-time residents.
Most of those residents are very small lots, and most of those residents, with the exception, there's, I believe, 2 up there, maybe 3, that are full-time residents.
I'm done being commissioner. I doubt.
Yeah.
Be at the top of the hill. That's all.
Well, I don't live in Upper Shadow Ridge. I live in Middle Shadow Ridge. I have no more further comments, or
Okay.
better shut my mouth.
Yeah, Anything from you, sir?
I am good.
Okay. Public comments on the Lawson STR. Seeing them online, I think here in the room. So those in favor of approving the Lawson STR application with the addition, with the planning commission recommendations as well as our additional marking the property boundaries. Signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries. The next item would be the consideration of Kurt's special use permit.
That was also heard at the April 1st hearing. With a special permit special use permit application by Mr. Kurtz to operate a sawmill. It was recommended approval. It was a unanimous vote. They did have additional conditions, and the two conditions that they had on that special use permit was to do not advertise or operate until commissioner approval, review after 1 year of operation. The comments, Justin Giroux was recommend approval. He has a contract with NRCS. I do have some hesitation due to owner. Daryl Wendland, I vote to recommend approval. Same reservations as the others. Mary Mallory, I vote to recommend approval. Very clean operation, benefit to the community. Skip Northcross, I vote recommend approval. Community needs it, with this reason. Keith Hood, I vote recommend approval. Same reservations as everyone else. The way it was done is cause for reservation of approval. I did add a note on the next page for you all that following the vote towards the end of the meeting, the planning commission discussed assessing a monetary fine due to Mr. Kurtz continuing to operate the mill before approval of his SUP. That was something they had asked me to recommend to you. When I read the resolution, I do not see that that's necessarily possible. And I did not bring that part with me. I apologize.
Just a quick question.
Mhm.
Don't we look at all of them within 1 year anyway? This is just they were just more.
You know, Bill, some of them have that on there and some of them don't. It's not an automatic.
Yeah.
And that was something I brought up, that maybe we need to consider a list of automatic things for certain approvals that would automatically be part of it. We have that for an STR.
But don't they have to reapply?
No.
Or they have to keep current, I should say. How do we assure they're complying? I guess maybe there ought to be something to say.
I've made that
Other than
recommendation for the,
owners or neighbors complaining.
yeah.
Yeah, generally a special use permit is gonna be existing forever unless we put a limit on it.
That's right.
And that's
Okay.
administratively done through your office,
That makes sense.
not as a review by either the planning commission or by the commissioners. It's usually just administrative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of times it's based on complaint review,
So-
you know, based on a review of a complaint.
I'm assuming that they are the ones that are wanting to review this after 1 year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So just a quick one, Kevin. Then Dan is what she brought up the fine.
I tend to agree with her that there's not
There's no
really
way.
something in the resolution where we could. So, this is one of the few cases that has actually gotten to a point that it came to me. Things have to get pretty bad that it comes to me. And I actually had to issue kind of my own final warning letter, and we almost reached a point where we were gonna file in county court against Mr. Kurtz. Because of the fact that he wasn't listening because all we asked him to do was, fill out this application for this permit. I think he may have started that process at one point and then just didn't finish it about a year ago. And And so through the process of going to county court, we can issue a fine that way for violations. It is my practice, to the extent that I have a practice, that is more of a kind of a carrot and stick approach, that it's not a matter of us trying to get people to get fined. It's a matter of using that threat to get people to comply. And in this case, using that threat is, I think, in part what got Mr. Kurtz to
Finally
comply.
finish them.
So I don't know, I recognize that the planning commission may want to try to fine him, but the process of going through county court and getting that fine. Number one, probably the cost of you paying me to do that is more than what you'd get for the fine. And number two, it doesn't mesh with what I see as the whole point of the fines, which is a threat that, you know, if we have to go through with the threat, we're gonna go through with the threat, and we've got a couple of cases pending where we are doing that right now. But the fact is, he's now doing what we've asked him to do.
Yeah, got it done.
Oh,
This is not right.
Yes, it's not to recommend.
So it was
4-1.
Correct.
One, no.
wait,
I have it wrong, I put-
Yeah.
you said it was unanimous.
I think it's the same type.
that's under Darrell Windland again.
It's Wayland saying, I think it was unanimous.
No, it wasn't. He voted not.
He
to
voted
recommend.
no,
And I,
same, said reservations of the other.
mm,
And I'm gonna say nobody specifically said the reservation other than the fact that
Yeah,
and
no,
maybe
Mr.
it
Kurtz
wasn't.
was
Unless I
operating-
go look at my notes.
I don't see any reservations other than, he said same.
Then it
were the
was unanimous.
reservations due to the fact that Mr. Kurtz was operating before he had his permit.
I think it's fair to say that it would be anybody's reservations that he was operating before he had his permit and did not,
Right,
quite frankly, cooperate with
Yeah.
planning and zoning until he absolutely had to. I mean, I was literally a day or so from filing the complaint when
all of a
I was
sudden,
told to back.
bang.
Let's do this before as well.
Did I put a copy of what's in the resolution in your packet? I don't.
I don't think so.
What section is it?
It's section 9.3.4. And it just states, any activity conducted in association with the pending SUP application is a violation of this resolution and will result in termination of the SUP. And I'm just bringing the information to you all. We put a lot of effort into this.
Mhm.
So did operations ever cease during the permit process?
I believe towards the end, yes, sir, partly because of the weather and health issues.
All right, for the sake of discussion, I move that we accept the application and we approve it with the conditions as stated. I believe it's a good thing, SUP that is bringing jobs to the county. It's an agribusiness of sorts. And I support it.
I'll second.
So I do have a motion on the floor to approve the Kurtz special use permit. With the conditions stated. And those are, I'm scrolling back. Which
If that
would
person
have
applied.
already happened, do not advertise or operate until after the commissioner
Right.
approval.
And
And the review after 1 year of operation, so that would be a review by the planning commission again after 1 year. And so by your statement, I am assuming that between the time the planning commission made this vote and these conditions till now, you are not aware of any advertisement or operation.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Is there anyone here on this SUP?
Mr. Cruz is here.
Would you like to speak to this, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. I thought I should give you an opportunity if you would like to. So if you don't, that's fine. But I guess I will ask you that same question that I asked, the planning and zoning director. How long has it been since you've operated?
Quite a few months. I shut down last year twice, for a couple months, waiting on my permit. And then it come to the point where I ran out of money and I did operate without a permit. Because I had the logs and availability to sell the lumber. And since getting this letter, which is letter that they were saying on the 21st of February, I believe. I got that letter on the February 21st. And that was the deadline. That's the day I got it. And it was mailed to the wrong person. That's why. And from that day, I didn't do a thing. So I said, let's get this taken care of and get resolved, and then we'll move on.
So your final shutdown with no operations is since February 21st.
It was technically before that, but that was just I had more people calling for orders since that, and I said, no, we're not doing a thing until this is settled.
Okay. And I'm good. Anything from any one of you then?
I'm good.
No, sir.
Well, I guess I will say something. One thing, I did have, someone in the community that did reach out, when this was in process through the planning commission. That, Mr. Kurtz had supplied the wood for a project last fall. I believe it was for a homeowner that needed some help. And it was this fellow and his lumber yard that supplied the lumber to fix that house, so, however you guys want to take that, I think there was some goodwill in the community based upon your actions, so appreciate it towards the community, thank you for that. Thank you. So. Just wanted to relay that.
And I can appreciate that. Somewhat disappointed that you didn't follow through with your permit process early on. That would have taken a lot of reservations away on my part. Anything else from you, sir?
Nope.
Public comment? Seeing none. Those in favor of approving the Kurtz special use permit with the conditions, which at this time would be the review after 1 year by the planning commission, signify by saying aye.
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 I will vote aye. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here's the ones I have for you to sign. One's from the last meeting. And then I'm gonna update the Lawson and I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you.
I'll have this for you here in a second. Okay. I may need you guys to take care of my AP for me today.
Oh, yeah, I can take care of it.
Okay,
Here, what?
take care of my
I'll
AP
take care of
because
his
I
AP.
got a hard 1 o'clock to leave.
We tag team and done quick.
All right. Next item that we have on our agenda is a consideration of revising and reposting the finance director job description.
Okay, let me take this on and start the discussion. As we know, we've been looking for a job, a finance director. It's been posted, however, it's gotten stale. I believe I went to Vernon, actually to Jordan, and he said it's still posted on websites, he believes, anyway. We've gotten two applications. I didn't want to energize the team to look at them yet until we got to make sure we're getting a good pool to select from all the pool we can get. So I called up the state president for the Colorado office or organization of certified public accountants. Yeah, named Stacy, and I brought that name up before. I'm getting hoarse. And worked with her, asked her what her thoughts were, and then I got a hold of Lynn Origo and asked him because he knew of her and she had another conversation with him. So as a result of that, and then with Bob Smith, our HR. So this is a combination of Bob's input, Stacy's input from the thing and mine, as well as Lynn's as well. And you'll see and I'm glad we have an HR department because Bob added a lot of things. He called it boilerplate that are required by law that should be in there that are good. Also, we got a good discussion with Stacy on some ways to present it, especially when we post it. And you can't talk in a job description, you don't get into the salary. You do that on the posting. So we'll talk about the posting here in a minute. But the job description looks good. It's the only thing that was added that she suggested, Stacy suggested, was the GASB 96, 87, along with the Government Accounting Standards Board guidelines. So that's a good thing to have. Like we discussed earlier, we need somebody that's aware of everything. And there's a couple typos, like Bob pointed out, the knowledge and skills section doesn't need the expert proficiency header on it. And that is basically that for this. You can see that. And then where's Bob? He can come in here if we can answer the question. Matter of fact, let me go get him. You want to get him? Yes. Usually he's here because I mean he sneaks in with just whispering his name.
And I see there was an added degree put on there.
And degree. Right.
Before we had the master's degree was preferred, and now there's a bachelor's degree required that has been added.
Well, the bachelor's degree I thought was always there, but that may be that's the technical piece that, yeah, I see that.
Yes.
We don't need a master's degree, that's preferred. Okay. You want to explain, just talk to the changes that are on this thing.
All right, so job description, Mr. Arrigo?
Yeah.
Okay. He made some additions and changes and sent that to me. I made some as well. On here, first page, 3/4 of the way down, maintain compliance with GASB 87 and GASB 96. That was Lynn. Second page, the second where it says prepare and then there's strikeouts, then assist with and then strikeouts. All of that is me.
And it just seemed appropriate as if this is a finance director position. They're actually preparing instead of assisting. That's, from my years of experience in hiring this position, working with.
They're accountable, they're
Yeah,
prepared.
those types of things are that position's responsibility as well as assisting. So that's why I made those changes. The bottom of the page, Mr. Rigos, he put in their expert proficiency at. That's not really the qualification. Those are the knowledges that you expect them to be at a proficiency level.
Right.
So those were his additions. I just took out the expert proficiency because that level of comp isn't necessary for this purpose.
And by the way, let me ask a question, because it's not just Lynn, that was Stacy, Lynn, and you
Yeah.
discussing it.
Right, so the email that he came from me had that in there, and I'm guessing that those comments came from Lynn as well as the board and Stacy and whoever who looked at the job description.
Right.
I'm guessing, so that's my understanding. On third page, the education where he added bachelor's degree from accredited four-year college university, that was added by Lynn. The rest of it was unchanged. The way it looks the way it is now, because I think it's actually from a Excel formatting. That's why it looks that way. The bottom of that.
So that, you mean that would have to be corrected?
Oh, I mean, you can leave it that way. I just wanted to comment. I just wanted to comment because it looks different than the rest of us formatting, and that's why.
Yeah.
Because that type of formatting is common for Microsoft Excel. And doesn't change everything, and it's valid. It's just looks different. Then the last page, all the bottoms, the job description has been reviewed, and I added that. That's a boilerplate. Should be on all job descriptions to ensure compliance with a variety of Americans with Disability Acts and make sure that everybody understands that can be subject to change, and those just should be on all job descriptions. And then the best practice is when somebody is hired, they are given through your job description and they review it and sign it. So that's standard best practices.
Okay. And then you should mention, I mentioned the Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
You had another one.
Yeah, it's Government Finance Officers Association. That's a nationwide professional organization for positions like this one, specifically for government, city and county government finance officers, which is what this position would be considered.
Mm-hmm.
And that has a national audience. There's a Colorado association of that. And I would recommend if we post again, that the posting be put in both of those, because there's a website that both of them allow city and county governments to put openings on, as well as a paper of their newsletter that goes out. That way it gets to everybody, both print and on the internet, for those trade journals, professionals. And then another thing that I would recommend that I've done in hiring chief finance officers and city and county administrators and directors and that level of position is put together a flyer. It's usually threefold. I've got examples. It's just a matter of taking the old stuff out and putting the new stuff in. That a recruiting tool that says, hey, we're recruiting this position in Custer County, West Cliff, Colorado, and this is what the position is, and this is the pay and the benefits, and this is why we would ask you to consider living here, is because you can give a little bit of history about the area and the housing and the schools, and because if somebody comes with a family, you want to be able to give them. It's just a
a promotional tool to be able to recruit from. And that can be put together without 2 or 3 hours of work.
And that, in fact, Stacy had the same comment. Both separately to me and separately to Lynn as well. She saw that as a tool, something that we need to do. You could actually put a link in on the posting.
Yeah.
And point to a website that we have, our website that has that in
Right.
there. And including, that would include in the posting that from a salary plan, we might as well talk about that too, because it goes hand in glove with it.
Yeah.
We can't afford the amount of money that most, well, like you said, heard him say earlier, you can get a $300,000 job somewhere else. Why would you want to be here? Well, there's reasons you can point
Right.
on there. And you also do it with a sliding scale and say, look, you can negotiate that salary up front, just like we had a window. Started, when we started at, was it 80? What was it, 80, what was our posting?
I don't know.
I'm not
It
gonna-
was 65 to 90.
65 to 95.
Yeah, it was. what
Okay,
you-
so what you could do, and I personally would advocate moving the slide up, and I would go 75 to 105 or something like that. Then you're negotiable, so now you're depending on and the requirements, the reason they wanted to have the degree in there, CPA degree, that's what we're looking for, that's the technical expertise like we discussed. But maybe you're negotiating and with the right kind of degree and not while allowing for other things like we would have would be experience. You can get somebody to negotiate that in at the lower range and then pending on, or in the higher range of that, you can maybe hire them at 95 or 100. Depending on who actually applies and how criteria that we use to select that person.
So on the original job description, there was some things in there that I didn't note on there, but I deleted. The original job description had a salary range.
Yeah.
That's not a normal thing to put in a job description. It's just, that's not what a job description's for. So I deleted that and things like that and reformatted it to meet the standard practices of what's you put in job descriptions. So that's a format that you will find generally.
And that also gives them a reason you go to the site, you get to the application, we gotta have them a way to find the application. I think we had some problems with that in the past.
So I would recommend that if we post it on our own website, that there's a general posting and we do a little bit a different job in advertising it on our website. And most times when a position is posted, there's a range. Pay ranges from X, from A to B. And then behind that, you write depending on qualifications and BFOQ salary. Yeah. And depending on qualifications and experience. Then that way the person knows, well, if I'm just out of college and I don't have very much, I just meet the minimums, I can reasonably expect I may be on the lower end. If someone has years of experience and degrees and whatever, they might be able to reasonably assume that they can be up at the higher end. And that's up for discussion based on, they bring this knowledge with them, and so you're paying for it.
So what also Stacy did, she allowed us to do it, and she's working with, she'll personally make sure it gets into dissemination, that it didn't get on our original posting. Because she wasn't aware that we did it initially. Now she is, and she's giving it to us at half price. They usually charge, I forget, X dollars, $90 or something. I forget what it is, to post it, but she's giving us at a half price rate because we're.
So, yeah, if we post with GFOS, there'll be a rate. But generally not very much, considering that you're getting a mass rate posting to anybody who is in government finance, who is looking for that type of work, that's where they will go.
Because from what I saw, nobody replied to our last posting from that organization or the other ones that you mentioned. this is a good opportunity. We've learned a lesson here on how to post things too. It's not just in a local paper.
As an example, if someone with an experienced human resources officer, director level person, they're gonna look with SHRM, Society of Human Resources Management, or they're gonna look with IPMA HR, which is the public entity version of SHRM. They're going to look in those two places. That's where they'll go, because that's where you find those types of positions.
That's good. So that's my proposal. I think we should repost. We need to. And I'd like to see us post to both those other sites.
Yeah, and if there's others I find, if acceptable to you, I'll just put them there as part of the process instead of just.
Yeah,
over here.
there are other.
If I can find
We've
some,
got
then
somebody
open it
doing
up.
that. That's great. If you see somebody else that gets a little wider, even within the state of Colorado.
Mhm.
For sure.
I don't think we would limit you to whatever came out off the top of our head. If
No.
we found something else that was applicable, yes, by all means.
Get it on there.
Okay.
Questions?
Any other questions I can answer?
So Bill, I'd like to know what your vision for the finance director is. Because an accountant is a very specific role and a very, very detailed task. You could bring an accountant in and they may not be good leadership. They may not have good financial ability to project reports that we need, or projections, or they may be they may be too technical to just provide everything that we need.
Make a mistake, what it is. We are hiring a director, a leader as well, and then a person that knows the technical things that they have to lead. You have to have that capability, like an engineer. You want an engineering degree, so you understand what they're talking about, and then you need a leader. We've got that in here, the knowledge, supervision, and professional ability to operate accounting systems, that kind of thing as well. So we are looking for a leader, and then that's what this professional site does, and that's what when we post it, you post what those specific things. We're not saying we want an accountant, and we're gonna have you sit here with your green eye shades on and you roll up your sleeves. You've got to be a leader that interacts with the departments, and that's why we have to rewrite the posting. We're not just advertising a job description. The job description describes some of the technical things they have to have, that they have in their life, their professional life growing up. They graduate from college with a CPA, that's fine. But not doing anything with that, their life, maybe doing other things would not make them competitive. Depending on what, we post as our requirements that we're looking for.
So in the flyer that I mentioned, and even on our on-site posting, it's very common for this type of position, a level to talk about expectations for leadership and all those kinds of things.
Interaction with the board.
And that's very possible. I would encourage that in the posting, not so much in the job description. It's not wrong to add a small piece in there about expectations of the board for, providing leadership or.
And that's been my experience professionally in the jobs that I've had as directors, blah, blah, blah. We pointed out in the past, we were guilty because we didn't have the benefit of the professional HR person that's dealt with this at a bigger level. And so what we did by default, and I'm not blaming anybody, the other commissioners in the past, you got a job description, let's just throw it on the thing here and that's it. There's more to it than that, because we were expecting leaders, a lot of things that you brought up additionally from HR points of view, or finance, or other jobs we have donating, whatever. So I think with this, where all our jobs, I see a need way forward with all from here forward. Because we're gonna have people resigning all the time. We're gonna have people leaving. We're gonna have people we're hiring. And to finally get it, Donna was getting to that point initially when she would come in with a package and had the questions and stuff. Or came in and made sure we complied with HR updates on what are required to make sure employees are doing every year to keep us current. So this is a great first start, and we've got an opportunity now that we've got some at high levels of support to help us reach further and deeper into, I'll bet you $1. I like the thought that you had a guy right out of school. As a not out of school necessarily, but in the first couple of jobs, maybe working with H&R Block for a minute. And then moving on to a company where he was a department vice chairman of something or a vice.
No, a helpful tool that you can use or we can use is with the posting is a supplementary questionnaire that goes out with their application. So in other words, you have the application, that everyone fills out. But attached to that for this posting is, please answer these questions, 5, don't want to make it voluminous, but 5 questions, 4 or 5 questions, and ask them for a written reply to the question X. And then written reply to question B. And so that goes with it, and it comes to, is attached to the application. Another way you can do it, and is, provide examples of work product. That's common for engineers.
Sure, you can also point to the fact that we have other people that they work with, the IT department, the finance, HR, finance piece of this.
So I can build for you a recruitment process.
And that allows us to look at somebody with less time because they've got other people that they understand what the county base is right now. We've got a lot of people that learned a lot.
So I can build a specialized recruitment process for this position that meets what you're looking for. What we do is I would just encourage a quick work session where I can sit down and you can I need to know what things you're looking for, what your high priorities are. From that, I can build a supplementary questionnaire and build all that into the selection process and screening process and all that, so that you're tailoring your recruitment to what you want, both for job description, for the essential functions and criteria, as well as all those other things. It's all part of the recruitment process. It's just not, here's the job description, and for this position, those are generally what is done. And part of that, I'm gonna backtrack for a quick second, because we did have, Bill brought it up a while ago, the group that was vetting the applicants that we had, and there was one that was marginal that the committee had recommended that you reach back out to, and with some further questions, I believe, to see if they
myself and somebody from the committee. I don't know that person's name.
That has not happened today, correct?
No.
And then we have,
what you want, we can do that.
No, I like personally, it's my opinion, we need to keep that person
In the mix.
okay, and then we got 2 others that haven't been vetted at all. They've been sitting there for a while.
Yeah, they submitted
Maybe we've got one there that's highly qualified. How come we're not moving forward on that?
I have their resume, but they did not submit an application that I'm aware of. We can reach out and say, hey, you got your resume. Yeah, I need an application. And that way you need to keep the process consistent. And at this point, they have, and the way they've done it is they've, outside of that, you can certainly include them. From my opinion, I've read the resumes. I'm not convinced just on face value on paper. They have they're where you want that person, but that doesn't mean you exclude them. You just
That's why I would like to, just if they're still interested, I want to put them back in the pool, but I hope we open up a spigot here and get some applications in, and we'll
So
put.
you can include them in the reposting if you want.
And and I don't know, we could ask if they're still interested or
Mhm.
not. You can do
Absolutely.
that legally without,
Oh, yeah, no problem at all.
we can go back and see if they're still interested.
I just had that question because they've been sitting there for a long time and there's
I
been no
haven't-
movement one way or the other, and, so
I haven't done anything, just waiting for the
You
board.
just
to-
got here.
Waiting for the board
You
to
were waiting
give
for
some,
direction.
what do you want to do?
Okay.
That's why we're here today. That's why I wanted to push on it sooner than later, because like we pointed out earlier, we gotta keep the process going. Cause Stacy is here, we got an opportunity to train somebody, to bring them in with different kinds of qualifications, bring them up to speed, whatever, however we wanna play it out. We just need to get the ball rolling and get some fingers out there trying to grab them in.
Yeah, just direction from the board, if you want me to put together a recruitment process with all things I've talked about, the flyer and supplementary questions and all of that, just say, go forth and do, and I'll make it happen and bring you all that stuff for your to look at.
And do we move forward with that vetting board, or now that we have
We don't have.
you on board, do we go through HR now? That's a question that we need to answer.
Good question. I think we could set up a process. We don't need that board necessarily, so we want to keep.
We started this with the board, so I don't know if we finished it out with the board in conjunction with you as HR. Or what, or if we,
That's a
what
good
that
question.
process looks at.
And that's a very good question. Let me talk to you a minute about it.
Okay.
In the normal process at the state level, and you've seen it in the county levels, the first cut is, do they meet the criteria that the thing, they throw them out automatically before anybody gets to review them.
So
If they don't.
normally, it's a common practice is everything would come to a position like mine. Review them for minimum qualifications. Do they meet the minimum qualifications as stated in the job description? Yes or no? And then those that don't are notified, thank you very much, politely, and to say, look, we looked at your qualifications. They don't meet there are stated minimum qualifications, and they're notified. Those that meet the minimum qualifications then are moved forward to hiring authority. It can be a department head, it could be human resources, it could be, in this case, the board. And they're looked at, and from there you can rate them 1 to 5, or say, these are the ones we want to interview these.
Right, so in your opinion, then, well, only reason you set up that board in the first place was to try to get a broad spectrum of people that look for things like leadership, like experience, like whatever. And then we didn't have an HR at that time. So, do you feel that we need to keep doing that or not? I don't think.
From a professional standards of meeting the job, you don't. I do understand that for city and county government, there's a little bit different because there's an expectation among the public that, we want to know what's going on. And, I've done similar processes for police chiefs, county attorneys, city and county managers. Never done one with a finance director having a review panel or whatever. But if it's the decision of the board, you want to get that buy-in from the community, there's nothing wrong with it. It just slows your process down. But there is value to it. I just don't know that you're gaining a lot, other than you're getting community input, and there is some value to that. There absolutely is. But for it to be legal and for you to get the best person you can based on the qualifications and talking with them, it's not completely necessary. You can do, you can add to the process phone screenings. That's not uncommon, and do a preliminary phone screening with the 5, 6, 10, or whatever you want on board. From that, you narrow that down. And from that narrowed down, you may invite community to come in. There's all kinds of options, and you could do a community meet and greet. There's, I mean,
Well, you
there's
do
all
that,
kinds of
you
things.
know, maybe that's too far, because you do that with executive positions more
Mhm.
than anything, especially if it's a matter of the community not
Mhm.
having an input directly on whether they can hire.
Right. Mhm.
So, I don't know, I could get comfortable either way, but I think.
If
we've
you
got a
would
good
like, I can that in the recruitment, I'll put together a recruitment process for you. And what it looks like and what I think, based on my experience, will get you what I think you're looking for.
We can
to
do that
get
in
that
parallel
person-
too, can't we? And we don't have to, we can still post this.
Oh, yeah,
We
you
need to
still
get-
post
We need
it.
to get the applications.
Oh, yeah,
flowing.
I can post it, I can put it together and do all that stuff.
I'm sorry, I kind of took us down a rabbit trail, but it's part of this conversation.
good
that
conversation.
It takes
Mhm.
down
So,
trail
Yeah.
that can be visited
Yeah.
while the process is.
so
moving
if you're
forward.
pushing, I don't know that you need to have the community panel in order to hire the best person you can get. But if the board feels for whatever purposes that are important to you, that you want to, then it's not wrong. There's certainly value to it. It's just a matter of what you want.
And I think we'll need to address that as an agenda item here shortly, probably then. So back to the job description. Gentlemen. Any further?
No.
No. I'm gonna ask the question, do we need to add the bachelor's degree on there when we had the master's as preferred?
Because it's, I would say, make sure you look at for what does it may have missed it on my part, because masters, I think was preferred, and that should probably say desired, thank you. And so, you know, there's desired, which is certainly fine.
And then the add on it was the bachelor's degree from an accredited four-year college or university in accounting required.
You could put that as required. Yeah, I think that's reasonable for this type of position. I don't think you would want, my opinion, is you would want somebody at that position that does not have that educational basis to do the work from.
But does it have to be accounting?
I don't know that it has to be, but it sure does.
What if
Yeah.
it's finance? What if it's a bachelor's degree in public finance?
That would be fine.
That would be something
yeah.
that we could consider, but I think.
Yeah.
degree
No,
is
we can't
required.
because it's required. That's the problem is you've got it as a requirement.
I think it should be required.
That's certainly, you know, government finance is very different than accounting. I just
Right.
Just
You
know
start
that
off
from
with
my-
accounting and you go into that.
Yeah.
Trying to get guys.
Because
that
I
have-
know, I think we visited that when we originally put this job description and we left that out due to our discussions. I can fully get behind putting the GASB 8796 requirements and those things. And these other edits, I don't think I would. That is very limiting.
You could definitely put, and I think it's appropriate to have one, at the minimum, experience in government finance, because it's very different than the private sector. There is very, very different requirements. But you
an
could have,
accountant with 4 years of HR block experience is not the person I want,
That's right.
and
flat
so,
out, straight up, but they would meet the qualifications.
so you
They
can
would
make
meet
it
the
government
requirement.
finance
But the rest of
experience.
it would eliminate them, Lucas, because they didn't have any experience in the government. If we put that in, you don't have experience leading, you don't have experience managing. That's where you cut it. But you gotta have the fundamentals understood. See, accounting is a technical degree. It's not the same as.
You know, accounting experiences.
I sure wouldn't hire
Not- yeah.
an engineering leader if we're gonna try to recruit an engineer to run a department. You gotta have the engineering background. Same here, and I'm basing this on not my opinion only. This is a recommendation from the certified from these organizations that deal with this job description, these jobs in the community and government experience as well as it's in the civil sector.
My concern though is that it's a requirement as opposed to a preference. Because let's say hypothetically, you've got someone with a bachelor's in business administration, but who was for 10 years the deputy finance director for Pueblo County. Is that person not qualified for this job?
Not if there was a person with a CPA background,
But
that
no,
he
it's,
would make the cut with.
What you're leaning into is the government finance experience
And that we
supported by the accounting, which is, I
But we'd
think,
have to, we couldn't even consider him.
right, because of this.
Because
So you did not make the
Right.
minimum
have a
requirement.
accounting degree.
If you're asking me to vet based on the job description, then that person would be
So if we
vetted
put
out.
preferred on all of it, and they came in here with none of it, then they don't qualify.
Right.
But at this point, you don't have like 100 people applying for this job.
Well,
That's
let's
the
see, we don't know
problem.
the problem though, Dan, is the fact is we didn't broadcast it right
I
either.
don't disagree with that.
So
but-
I would like to see if we get accountants applying. And if we
There's
say
a
preferred,
common,
we're gonna get a lot of people that aren't.
a common language, language that is very common at this level already, or experienced
That's right.
that allows them to have the
That's right,
knowledge
see, I would say
knowledge
this requirement.
to fill those needs.
If,
Okay.
and then they'd have to show me personally that they
Yeah,
got
they're-
some accounting.
That would be better against.
You see
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
their
saying?
experience allows for that.
That's right.
Their experience has given them.
That's
the-
right.
Or
in this
equivalent
case-
experience.
They-
or
that's
equivalent-
right.
yeah, or equivalent.
And that would be
experience.
up to us to decide where that person
Meets.
is really meets it because
Right.
of what he tells us.
And you can do that through interviews, you
Or
can do
what-
that
that's
through the supplementary
Your recruiting
questions,
thing that you've got.
supplementary questions, that can be all pulled out. So I can make those
Probably did
types
that
of changes
initially.
to that.
Yeah, I would like to see something like that.
Yeah, me too.
I could get behind that a lot easier than I can this year where, I mean, it's.
You afraid we wouldn't get anybody, Kim? Do you think? in
We are limited,
experiences we won't get anybody?
For one, the size of our purse
Well,
limits who's going to apply, and I think that you could have some very qualified people that may not have that CPA background or whatever, that will still be a qualified applicant. But if we leave that the way it's worded right there, we don't even have an opportunity to look at that because this gentleman right here will already have them filled over there in the wastebasket on the side of his desk.
Not because I want to,
Not
because
only.
Because that is what's required.
That's right, that's right.
if you
So-
can get someone who has worked in a larger city or county government,
Hmm.
Pueblo, Colorado Springs, whatever, that has worked in the budget and finance offices as either a deputy finance director
Something like
or
that.
something at
For
that
extra.
level,
Mhm.
then to come here, I think you will do well.
I'm good with putting preferred on there, but we
Mhm.
have to have a bachelor's in CPA mentioned. We cannot just say, give me some financial background.
Or knowledge of governmental accounting.
Sure, let's figure out a good way of saying that.
Governmental accounting is
So-
very different
Then,
than accounting
than
for. a
Agent on the
business.
block.
Yeah, I'd like to see that before I would approve it,
I agree.
personally. If we could maybe have something,
Since I gave us a discussion, maybe you guys having a workshop. Where
Yeah, I think
Bring
having
that
a
friend.
workshop with me soon, there I can bring you the revised job description based on
On
this
what our discussion is
conversation
right now.
and talk about a recruitment process that I mentioned. And I can bring you examples of supplementary questions and talk about the overall recruitment process,
Good
I
idea.
think is appropriate.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that anyway.
we can do that. I would like to see that so that we can actually all work on this and get something put together we can get posted.
Mhm. So pick a day. How soon can you do that?
I can have the job description redone this week. And work up the supplementary questions and put together have that done and the
That'd be great.
flyer redone probably by the end of next week. So I mean, I hope to have it done sooner than that, but I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver.
Well, just pick a comfortable day, cause we waited this long, we can wait
So-
another week.
Monday and Thursday, you have CIC training involved with both of those days that you may be involved with, correct?
You're talking 15, 16.
Yeah, next week,
So you wanna do
Fifteenth
it,
and eighteenth, he has. so-
15th and 18th,
and
so
17th.
19.
and I'm not.
I mean,
averse to
I'm
going.
mostly off on Friday, but I can be here if you want. It
19 is
doesn't-
okay with me.
We can do it on the 19th. I can come up for that. It's no problem.
We'll do 19th, or we can do.
That gets it ready for the following Wednesday.
That's correct.
That'd be good.
Okay. At this point, I don't know of anything on the, because that's a normal day off, but I don't know of anything that would preclude me from being here.
We
I'd
could
have
do
to confirm that.
19th, the next available one there would be, we have a special BOCC meeting on the 23rd.
That's too soon.
You can do the Monday, the 22nd. Then you still has everything to go for Wednesday, the 24th.
I am not available on the 22nd, but I.
There is no meeting on the 24th. It's
Oh,
the next one's 25th.
Okay,
25th, so let's shoot for that 19.
okay. Yeah, I'll confirm that, like I said,
Doesn't have to
just
be
a
early,
quick
it's whatever it's.
mental check of personal that they're normally off, but I'm
We
not
can,
aware of anything, but I'd have to. confirm.
Shoot a time frame you wanna do it, and we'll agree if
Okay.
we can meet it or not, and let's shift it just by email, just let us know.
Okay,
Okay, so 19th workshop.
I don't think you guys need me there for that.
No, I don't think so.
Job description. I think that'd be job description as well as,
hiring,
Recruitment plan.
recruitment planning.
there you go. That would be all inclusive, so.
Mhm.
So we can post it, we can agree to the job description and get it posted correctly with the right organization.
Give you the example of the flyer and the process that I would recommend.
Yeah,
Okay. And that would be,
so we've agreed mutually,
do a
this
time on that?
consideration is gonna be handled in a workshop.
If you could do it mid-morning, it'd be fine for me, say 10 o'clock.
okay, we'll shoot for 10.
Let's do for
If that does not, if we have to adjust that, we can adjust that time.
No, I'm not buying, I'm just gonna say, these guys are lucky because they're here at the last, and there's actually 4 of them.
4 donuts, there you go.
Okay,
19th at 10. I'll confirm.
so that, we will have that workshop to consider that. Any additional items of business today, gentlemen?
None here. No, sir.
Public comment.
Yeah, 15 seconds.
10 minutes ago I did, but go ahead, I'm here.
Okay, I just want to get something on the record. James Gilbert, in his, commissioner items, Commissioner Kanda, pointed out what a wonderful, weekend the Republicans had at their assembly. And I just wanted to point out that they also kicked out a journalist from that assembly. And, that was, described as, what was it described as here? An affront to democracy. So just to keep things balanced.
All right, thank you for that. Anybody else here in the room? Anybody online? Okay, Nadine has not raised her hand again, so. That means,
Give her a second.
Nadine,
never
are you,
know.
do you still have a public comment? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned at 1:13 PM.
Amen.
Thank you all.
Thank you.